We got a like already. Whoa. Oh, I gotta change his bloody art. Oop. To change it to you. Mask of Restrict. Lovely little bugger you are. Got Labyrinth of Nightmare this stream. It's gonna be exciting. Finally enter 2003 Yu-Gi-Oh! Should have a fun time tonight. Hopefully everyone's gonna have a enjoyable time tonight as well. That would be my overall goal for everyone. Everyone can have a little bit of fun. I think, like usual, give it some time before we start doing this thing. Just so we have time for everyone to like pop in the chat and, you know, get the notifications and whatnot. Probably share this out on my Twitter that I barely use. I've been going on a little bit more though, just share my stuff around, you know how it'd be. Possibly start maybe 5 minutes, maybe at 10 minutes. I guess we'll I think last time we started at 10 minutes. I'm excited to talk about some LON cards. I feel like this set doesn't get enough love because after this you had Legacy of Darkness with Yada Garas, and before this you had Pharaoh Serpent with Jinzo, right? Like, what'd you have here? Mass Beast, Kaiku. I mean, there's definitely good stuff in this. So again, I'm excited to talk about it. By the way, anyone joining in, make sure to drop a like on the stream or tell your friends it's going on. You know, engagement is something YouTube really likes. You know, the more people engage with this stuff, the more it gets like pushed out to the for Mr. Algorithm. Yo, what's up, History of Yugioh? This is probably the worst set so far, at least in terms of rankings. Yeah, it's gonna be Probably scaled a little differently comparatively to the other sets, just on the basis that we're not getting like ga- game warping cards, meta warping perhaps, at least in regards to making decks different from before, but not to the extremes of like an injection of power. Try to see if we have any. We have an OCG art. I believe that's the one of the tournament prize cards. It's one guaranteed S rank. Well, Destiny board, obviously. Yo, goat format, you are in the zone. I assume is that JDZ in the zone? Remember that podcast, which has been soft put on ice. It's soft served right now. In the zone, but this is Janjo Live. That name's been around for many years, even before I was doing Yu-Gi-Oh content. Maybe I should have a more like original name. Actually, if this wasn't, I realized that the name on the like right above me is like hard coded in, so I can't adjust. But perhaps that's the thing to think about in the future. Maybe like a live stream rebranding. I can't do in the zone because that's already taken from my podcast. Or maybe I just change it, or just change the title up there to Janjo Live, because everyone knows it's Janjo Zone, right? I mean, technically, I could just open up Photoshop right now and like change it. It's a possibility. Honestly, if anything, I just remove it, add the text in Streamlabs. That'd probably be easier, right? Because it's all tied on this. Like, I'll turn it off for a second, like this. Ah, don't do that. Yeah, Streamlabs is finicky, but I like it. I dig it. Probably about 2 minutes. We'll start at. I hit 10 minutes on my invisible watch. It's 10 minutes past the freckle. I have a lot of freckles on my arm, by the way. But yeah, let's see. We got the OCG Gemini Elves. We got the OCG now Lost Art offerings to the Doomed. OCG Forgiven Maiden. Let's see what else we got here. OCG Cure Mermaid. She's got the tits out. Chin up, tits out. Halo around Hysteric Fairy. Halo around Soul Purity and Light. We got the horns on this guy. I think she has like more cleavage showing in that. Zombier, got the name there. I mean, Death right there. I think that might be it for card art that's different. Yeah, Destiny board, Death. It's not a lost art yet because I feel like it should be. Should definitely get a lost art for Destiny board. I think this is the I think this is the TCG art. We need to get more lost art more often. It's kind of a shame that we don't get more lost art. Okay, were any cards from this set? Card Safe Return was banned. That's going up there. Yeah, as a naked dude. Yo, JD, while I have on you, we need to get me like to like co-commentate like a goat stream with you sometime. I think that'd be fun as hell. Yeah, like when this set came out, like you probably would even consider Card a safe return, even like being on it. Like I feel like Torrential's probably up there. Like Torrential was like a big card for a long time, but it was never like banned, and I never thought it was like busted. Like it's got limited before. Might go live tomorrow for some time. Oh yeah, yep. I could probably like fit in tomorrow. I don't know what hoops I have to like jump across to get on that. If it's just you or if I have to go through like Scully or whoever. Um, I know there's like more hoops for people to like do other like things behind the scenes on Goat format, but I haven't done a dueling live stream since I was doing that Becca format for B-Sox a while back. That was a lot of fun. Although I went hard on that. I went because I knew it was gonna be like a long stream, right? It was like 4 duels in total, so I was killing myself for that to make it as exciting. And I hope it came through. I think a lot of people had a lot of fun, but I don't host my own tournaments. But maybe I should. But I'm just so busy with work and my own YouTube stuff. You know, I gotta keep pumping out these Yu-Gi-Oh history videos. I have started production. Started writing the script for the I believe April episode. So I already have the one for next month done, which is Dino Rabbit format. It's very exciting. And then after that, I'm going to be doing, which is what I'm currently writing. I'm going to be doing I was going to do wind up format, like on Format Library, but I was looking into it and it doesn't, like, formats are weird, right? Yo, Francisco, what's up? Looks a lot like Cyberdark Impact, both the cards that weren't good at the time but powerful in different formats. Yeah, no, that's very true. There's a lot of like cards that had very specific timings in this that were only in specific formats. What was I saying? Yeah, well, if formats are weird. Some formats are named after specific events. Some formats follow the end of the list. Some follow like before a set. It doesn't make any sense, honestly. Honestly, if you want to be like really pure about it, format should just be like either like a specific event or like a specific card pool kind of thing. But sometimes there's some like asterisks in there. But yeah, so like wind up format only goes like a third through like the actual September 2012 list. So I'm actually going to go 2/3 for my video, which is like 2012, which goes through Abyss Rising, which I can't. No one has like done anything on like this period, um, in a like retrospective sense. So I'm just gonna call it like Abyss format for Abyss Rising. But then there's also like another set after that in 2013. But I'm gonna have that for like the following video because I think that leads into the I believe it's the March 2013 format a bit better. But yeah, no, History of Yugioh is right though. Like a lot of the cards, while some cards would see play later, like Massive Restrict, um, some stuff you see a little more in like Goat format type of things. For the most part, like the big cards saw play right away, which is somewhat telling of of the pack in kind of a good way, but kind of not. If I will probably look at a majority of them, but Torrential, like that's like an A tier right there. I think Torrential, and I think I don't know if I want to call them like the Trinity, but the Trinity of like key cards from this set were Gemini Elf, Kaiku, and Bazoo, and that was really the triangle of Android format. And honestly, why I really enjoy Android format personally is because of this. dynamic right here. Like I think the dynamic between those three of like ratios of what they do, how they sort of counteract one another is so fascinating and I can't think of many formats that are like that. Kaiku might actually be S rank, possibly. I feel like him and Torrential would be like the two I would consider being like S rank cards. Because like Harbor Safe Return is probably like the main card that was not played on release, and for quite a long time, honestly, until 2007 Zombies in like September. So yeah, I'll give S Ring some love. I think I don't want to leave one card on there all by their lonesome self. I think the cards definitely have done a lot throughout the history of Yu-Gi-Oh. One thing I definitely learned last stream though is that I don't want to rush through this because I can do this in like an hour, even like less than an hour, and I don't want to stream to end in an hour. Tapping the OCG, yeah, the OCG is like way different. And for anyone who's coming in, by the way, I feel like I explain this each stream, but this list is not taking in mind OCG or speed duels, just the TCG. It is keeping in mind the cards as a whole. Um, that can mean different things. That could mean like, hey, if this card was like really good at one point in time, that gives it some points. If it was like good throughout a good chunk of time, that's another point. If it's like still good today, that is another point. All these things kind of add up. Card theory kind of comes into play too. Like if you can see the idea behind the cards, like okay, maybe that's not a complete trash card because you have to have some sort of line, some sort of separation between what's just designed poorly, what's like outclassed, what is just complete crap, to what's like, all right, it's not the worst thing. But we do have to keep in mind when the set was released, so it's not like, oh, this 1400 attack monster is good compared to LOB cards because that's apples to oranges, really. Yeah, I feel like I collected this set pretty quickly. I recently finished my Dark Crisis set. Now I'm collecting for Invasion of Chaos. Just got my binder in for that and my card sleeves. So that's really exciting. I only plan on, at least from like the DM sets, I was originally gonna collect through Flaming Eternity. But I think I might just collect through Ancient Sanctuary, like the everything pre Ultimate Rare, because unless I just skip Ultimate Rares, I don't want to collect all these Ultimate Rares because they're so expensive. So like I don't mind just like sticking to that personally. I think Jar Greed's A tier as well. It's generic draw. It's been around for a while. There's definitely a lot of trash cards. Yo, first ed. No, not first ed. If I can get first ed, like if it's affordable, I'll get first ed. But uh, you know, collecting this stuff is like expensive as is. I'm not gonna be like too picky about it. Like if possible for like the early, like everything pre Magician's Force, I will try and get the Magic card variant. I don't have all the Magic card variants of the cards, but that's something I like to do eventually. Um, but yeah, no, it's not all first ed, near mint, PSA 10. You know, it's just it's my kind of set, where it's I like getting the cards in relative good condition, right? That is not the 25th anniversary. I'll say that much. You know, they will at least have to be like early printings. So no like 25th one or one that like the card looks like a modern card. You know, where like the I don't remember which master rule it was. Might have master rule 3 or something, 2 or 3 that like changed the text boxes, make them lighter. Actually, I think that was master rule 2 that made them lighter. Uh, but yeah, that's it's just my own stylus set because everyone can if they wanted to collect a first ed thing, but I decided to make it a little bit easier on myself, and I still enjoy the collecting aspect of it, so that's really what matters. Yeah, Magic Cylinder is really good. I put that in A. It's limited. I feel like limited cards is like worth going up there too, just on the basis of the set. Yo, Lee, what's up? Hey, Janjo, I finally ordered my 2-player starter set. All right, hell yeah. Hopefully it's fun. Hopefully you enjoy it. Maybe you learn a thing or two. I think Masca Restrict might be the only other A tier card I can consider. Zeus. Oh yeah, Zeus is a big guy. Gundam vibes. Wait, the Jowgen's on it. Last Warrior too. Man, it's a little scary. Like now, like those 2 cards, I could possibly consider. It's like Jowgen with Last Turn, Jowgen with spell books. Kaiku. We do have Kaiku up here. If I scroll up here, we got Kaiku on one of the S tiers. Yeah, both these cards are like really good. I think B might be fair, just on the basis. Where the hell did the other one go? There you are. Just on the basis, they are very like hyper specific, right? Like they're really good, but in very specific situations. Like they're kind of hard to play otherwise. Like I know there's like spell books. That was only like one point in time, and even like last turn, it's like yeah, who really plays last turn. The last warrior is like really good too, but he's also really hard to get out. Like the best way to get him out is metamorphosis. It's possible, but it's definitely something to consider. Like very solid B tiers, if any. I always kind of dig this set because it's a very spooky set, right? They really lean into a lot of the villains of the series, right? A lot of Bakura, a lot of the like the mask duo, Loomis and Umbra. A lot of female cards too. A lot of like my centric kind of deal. And slimes, of course, we got the slimes. Shout outs to all the slimers out there. I think Necrofear would also be a B tier. Good boss monster, I think. Yeah, I feel like this list I could just completely obliterate through. I'm trying really hard not to. Original Necrofear. I know there's that new one, Curse Necrofear. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna share this out with the next couple days. But I did get a new monitor. It's not hooked up yet, but it's going to replace this monitor I have right here, which is my secondary monitor, and I got this monitor right here. So I got another monitor that matches mostly this one, except this one will be a little bit bigger. It's like, I don't know, 3 inches bigger, I think. But same like 4K monitor. Because I have a 4K and I have a 1080p. I made it work for a long time. It's kind of annoying. So I got a new monitor, and I got a new monitor arm, which is very exciting. So this monitor arm, so the one I have has, it's like two arms that stick out. The one I'm getting is like it's a pole, right? It has like things that can, like one in the center and the one that you can move out. So ideally this will all work. I can have three monitors. So I can have this 1081, just like an additional one up there if I need it. Should be really crazy. Yeah, I had one monitor for like a while and I switched to two because I got a bigger desk. And the really exciting thing about it is that the monitor and the monitor arm was all funded by Patreon, by everyone who is a Janjo supporter on Patreon for as little as $2 a month or possibly 7 if you want to get me a cup of coffee. But yeah, I've been saving that shit up for like months, months and months. With the intent of buying, stuff that helps me out for like these videos and stuff. Giant German to Necrofear from Joy the Passion. Oh, that's a great, like, you gotta put Giant German Necrofear deck. I once made like a Fiend toolbox. I didn't have Giant German that mainly because I did kind of want to be more like toolboxy, but I really should have added Giant German that. Rare Hunter and Peak Battle City. Oh yeah, this is the Rare Hunter set if there ever were one. I think Mass Beast is also B tier. He's just like a super strong ritual monster. And you gotta give credit where credit's due. These two, these are like probably some of the worst cards in the set. Nuvia the Wicked and the Chosen One. It's so bad. Like I see what they're going for, but it doesn't work out in like any way, which is rather unfortunate. Yeah, I should probably get my book so I can read some of these cards because I can't remember all of them off the top of my head. And if I have the book, I should use it, right? I knew it was one of them. The slime card seems so good in the anime, but it's easier to sync. Yeah, well, the problem was the main thing, really, if anything, is Revival Jam. You had to pay life points, which that wasn't the case. Which I understand why it's the case, but it definitely the amount of life points you pay is definitely a hindrance. And Jam Breed Machine is kind of cool, though you can't summon, which kind of sucks. It doesn't really do anything else. And we didn't have Slifer, which you couldn't even do the combo with. They give you all the stuff except for the God card, right? It's terrible. Though I will say, if you like slimes, check out Slime Decks and Speed Duels. Those are pretty fun. I will say. There are a couple of slime decks. There's Slimy Slime and Slimy Disposition. Both are pretty fun. Both do different things. I think like you can essentially use Drain Breeding Machine as like an MST. And there's a humanoid worm drake deck. I think that might be Slimy Disposition. Where essentially you can like summon him out like really easily, and you can always like bring back one of the materials from the grave. Like it's really neat. I really enjoy how speed duels have made slimes like a really fun deck. Really fun decks. So this is my Labyrinth of Nightmare set. I always get confused whether this is the LON or LOD. Because I had to open them to check because I looked at this. I'm like, purple, that's Yatagarasu, right? I'm like, no. I think of they're based on the pack color basically. So like all my set binders are color coded. Some are better color coded than others, but it's kind of cool. I think the mask cards, like even the mask cards too, honestly on release were pretty bad. Like you got the mass beast, which is really strong, but rituals are still rather weak by this point because we didn't really have much support behind it. Right, like we had Sonic Bird, we had Senju, but they only searched like one piece of the puzzle instead of when we got Manju and Invasion of Chaos. Let's see, I think Skull Layer is another B tier card. That one's pretty spicy. Let's see here. There's a lot to pick from. I believe I had Massive Dispel growing up. I remember I enjoyed using that card, but I don't think it's a particularly good card. Only because of its early release. Yeah, that is true. I know there's some other ones I could put in B tier. See, Biomage, you can go down there. I know you're stinky. Same with Gadget Soldier. I remember this set coming out and be like, even just like some of the anime cards were kind of shitty, like Shining Abyss. I was like, oh, that card's kind of cool looking. Like, they still have a lot of cool looking cards. Gross Ghost. He's really cool. Sphere Snake. What's this guy's name? Flame Dancer and Bonenheimer or something. Fucking seahorse. Yeah, I'm gonna be done with this like in an hour. I swear to God. Does this set have like way less cards than the other ones? I know like LOB is like a thick set. 104 cards. I mean, that's kind of the thing with this says. It's just like they're definitely easily defined good cards. I guess technically, I'll put this next to Mass Beast since they go together. The Earl of Demise. Zombira is a B. I think he is solid. I wouldn't put him to A tier, but I think he has proven his worth. Fusion Gate. Fusion Gate's good, right? Fusion Gate's a B, right? It's kind of a weird like card that it's you don't really see it too often, but like you can do decks around it and they're not like complete stinkers. I'll pan the list up so everyone can see the current state of play. Does what's up, Tupac? Does Jaugen still see play? Cause I don't remember the last time he saw play. Like I know when they like brought him back with like spell books and stuff, it was kind of like, it's whatever. Like the deck definitely got like outpowered really quick, and that's why they're like constantly loosening up the once forbidden and limited spellbook cards. Yeah, like Jogging like needs support to make him like he needs other cards for him to be good. He's not as like floodgatey as like Mask of Restrict is, where this just stops a whole thing and it's easy to like use. Like Joggins and B for basically the same reason the Last Warrior is. It's like they're good, like they can be really good, but they're also like really niche in their viability. There's also a mass beast deck and speed duels. I think it is also a shame that we didn't get mass beast Descardius like around this time too. Like they could have put that in a tournament pack or something, like TP3, instead of waiting until what 2007. Is that when we got Descardius? Way too late, regardless of the fact. Like that would have made a deck really like complete. Like they gave us like all the pieces except for Descardius and Massive Remnants. That's a shame, I think. Total shame. Yeah, I mean like all the vanillas, like for the most part. If the only reason to play them at all. Yeah. Because otherwise they do nothing. They should retrain the cards, which I don't think they have. Or did they? I don't think they did, but they should like these three eyes: Shining Abyss, Grand Tiki Elder, Melkid, the four face beast. Like overhaul the mask archetype already. Because I think the idea is really, really cool. Like I think Takahashi was really creative when he thought of these like cursed masked deck. I think it was really fun and unique. You know, where a lot of I feel like a lot of series just does. Oh, this is the ice guy. This is the fire guy. This guy is gravity powers or whatever. And a lot of good manga really make them work. But it's really I really appreciate when you see more out of the box ideas, especially with a card game arc where you can do so much stuff with so many cards. Like I don't think we even got was it mass impregnability and some of the other cards that Loomis and Umbra used to. Like having equip cards that like do negative things, I think is really neat. And this set really changed a lot of the ideas behind equip cards with those alone. Because like one of the big ones in the last set, we got what was like Fairy Meteor Crush, and we got some like immediately some heavy hitters with Mage Power and Unite with Stan. Like now it's like equip cards can do a lot. Rock Cat, what's up? Did you see the Konami animation reel with all the Yu-Gi-Oh monsters? I've seen some of their Chronicle stuff. I haven't watched them all. I saw like the Azure Eye Silver Dragon. There was like a Dark Magician one. There was Sky Strikers. And there's like a bunch of other ones, right? I haven't watched them all, but it's cool that they're doing more stuff with that. Now if we can only get a lore book, right? Like this is something they could have been doing like for so long. And maybe they're doing it now because they're like, crap, we haven't had a main series anime in like 4 years. It's been a bit, hasn't it? Maybe that's why. I don't know. Yeah, it's just been Rush Duels. Like, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, hasn't been a main series one in a bit. Lightning Conger, go down there. Zexel's been over for a decade. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, Zexel's the fourth series, which feels way later because, like, I'm covering Zexel era right now in my history series, and that's like I just started doing that, and it's already like, oh yeah, it's a fourth. I'm like, oh, that was like the third one, right? No, fourth. God, yeah. DMGX, 5Ds, and Zexel. Before you know, it'll be 10 years by the time I finish this series. V Reigns is the new series that's still going. Yeah, like I think all the main like it's just Rush Duels right now, which the TCG doesn't even have Rush Duels. They didn't they recently add it to Master Duel? Like my history videos, I just started Zexel. First episode was out last month. Second episode came out earlier this week. The Shockwave format. Yeah, that was this past Sunday. I uploaded that. Yeah, it's like I don't know if they're like really trying to just rush because like how come we haven't even gotten TCG yet, right? Like it's kind of like a weird thing, like here in the West. I wonder if they're trying to think of a new mechanic, or if they're like putting a lot of planning into like rush duels, or if there's some like weird thing between rush duels and speed duels that they're trying to figure out, right? Like they don't want to have too many alternate formats, or they're trying out Master Duel first before bringing it over. I don't know. It's kind of weird. It is and it. So a new mechanic it is and it isn't in regards to like, do we need new mechanics all the time for the game, right? Like I usually enjoy the new mechanics personally. Like I'm a big fan of Link summoning. Link and Xyz might be my favorite ones. Pendulum, I enjoy some Pendulum decks, but I think even Konami agrees that that was kind of a bad choice in hindsight. Like that one was just completely over the top, not in tune with extra deck philosophy. And like that's I kind of get what they're going for where it's not an extra deck per se, like aside from like their own like weird mechanic they have with that. But it's like, all right, it's a different kind of card. It's like a mixture of things. But it just didn't work. I honestly think it would be very fascinating if Yu-Gi-Oh would ever decide to just create a fourth type of card, like altogether, right? Like outside of monster, spell, and trap. Like, that's my favorite. Felt like the cooler version of rituals and fusions. Xyz was really cool. As we are currently learning through my history series, I think it's really neat because it's easy to understand with like the overlaying. The materials gives them a um very specific like resource counter in more of a natural way than like spell counters do. And like the black card types just look really cool, like the black color with the space background. I think that looks cool as hell. I've always been a big fan of Xyz monsters, mainly because I don't have to like count the stars all the time. That's one thing I wish Yu-Gi-Oh cards actually had. I wish they just said like the star count on them. That way I could just like quickly look at them, and be like, 4, 7, 8 hand traps. Yeah, well, I think hand traps were just an unfortunate thing of it coming out. Um, like when they did, because we've had hand traps since Karibo. I think what Yu-Gi-Oh honestly should do altogether, whenever we get like a new master rule, is just like just give the cards an overhaul. I know some people are like, don't touch the cards at all, but look, they overhauled it in the OCG from series was it 2 to 3? Yeah, yeah, series 2 to 3. Um, but what they should do is just give more like icons and stuff to the cards, make them more like readable, right? Have a star with a number next to it for the level. Have an icon for piercing damage. Have an icon for activating the hand. That kind of stuff. Icon for like grave effect. Like they can really make it just easier for someone to look at a card and understand it. Like make problem solving card text, but like double down on it, right? Like they've been slowly been doing that. We've seen it with piercing damage because it wasn't always called piercing damage. We've seen it with problem solving card text in general. But you look at some cards like I don't know, Maiden of the Aqua, and it's you look at her Maiden of the Aqua from Pharaonic Guardian to Maiden of the Aqua in their recent Speed Duel Battle City, Streets of Battle City set, and it's like a paragraph to a short sentence. The card text essay memes have gotten old but super relevant. I mean, it's funny every time I look at like Nirvana High Paladin, and I get it, a lot of the cases, but there are some things that they could fix on. Like, sure, you don't have to like adjust everything, but even something like piercing damage, right? Like, you can just have an icon somewhere. Like some cards, I get it, but like certain functions that are common in the game should probably have it. That's all. That's all I'm saying is about that. Now, how likely do you think they'll make these changes? Oh, not likely at all. I think they like to keep the cards looking fairly similar to like original intent, at least from like series 3. Like they slowly change cards too, right? Like it's not the same as it was 20 years ago, right? Like the info boxes are lighter in color. The art boxes have changed size. The OCG has a specific method of problem solving card text that actually numbers the effects. Hmm. So that's nice. I think there's a lot of ways, and doesn't necessarily even to be like my suggestions, but it just feels like they could do a lot to just make the game easier for people to like pick up a card and look at it and understand how it works, especially from a like a viewer's perspective, like from an audience looking at a card, because it's really hard to look at a lot of new decks like modern Yu-Gi-Oh and just see a game and understand like what's going on and how it's going. Like, you have to understand every single card and every single interaction with like all these crazy combos and extra deck monsters and all this stuff. Like it's really hard to follow if you don't know the decks like by heart. They have to know the game isn't new player friendly. I assume that's why the rush rules were added. Yeah, I mean it is a children's card game anyway, but they can make it simpler. I mean, we saw with problem solving card text in the last actually no this month, my recent history video with them fully going in problem solving card text, just how much more intricate effects they can add, right? And if they if they condense some notable common effects down to icons, then they could add even more effects, I think. Because it's not like quick play cards say, like, oh, you can, quick play this, you can activate this card from your hand during your turn, or activate it during your opponent's, it doesn't say that. Like, we just have a quick play icon, we have a field spell icon. Like, spell and traps already have stuff like that. So why can't we just do that, but make it a little more abundant with basic effects that cards have? Like, have an icon that represents, if it was sent to the graveyard, then this happens. But this also raises a whole bunch of other issues too. Like if then and all that very specific language. All it's all about linguistics in Yu-Gi-Oh, really. Like you need a master's degree to play the game. Which is why I appreciate older formats. I which for the record, I still really enjoy modern stuff from a casual perspective. Just because most of the cards are available. Wording dilemmas are crazy. Yeah. I mean, they're at least trying though, like with problem solving card decks with a PSCT. They're at least trying with it. So like give Konami some slack with that. Like it's not like before where you had Master Restrict say no matter the situation, or Penguin Knight saying unite the deck, or all this really just confusing stuff. Because cards back then were also confusing, but in their own different way. Which maybe I should make a video on, because I feel like I've talked about that a couple times before. Where like I would open a pack of Metal Raiders or Labyrinth Nightmare or whatever. I would look at the cards, I'm like, what the hell does this do? Because it's kind of like, well, this card is supposed to do this, so we'll just kind of just say explain it somehow, right? Like it's weird. Yeah, it isn't perfect, but it's a step in the right direction, and I at least appreciate Konami because for they don't have to do that. They could have just let people figure it out and just let them run off like chickens with their head cut off, but they don't. So it's a step in the right direction. I think they can still make steps to make it better. Like at least Pendulum Monsters have two different text boxes, right? Like imagine Pendulum Monsters if they didn't have that separate box and they just had in that same block of text they just said, "Hey, this when this card is a spell monster, it activates this effect," which you know that the columns important thing. Yeah, the Senate stuff. Yeah, that stuff is really cool. They touched upon it a little bit in Cyber Dark Impact, I believe, was the set that first like introduced like the Senate card stuff, which is really cool. But yeah, they didn't do anything with it until like Pendulum Era, and like Luna Lights and stuff like that, which I think is really fun because it creates a whole unique aspect to the playing field, which is cool. Like, there's a lot of really fun stuff they could do. Like, we don't necessarily need to have a new extra deck mechanic like that if they introduce like some new rule or some like fun, unique addition to the game. Like, I feel like I've had some ideas. I don't know if I can think of anything off the top of my head. Aside from like maybe like a third back row type of card or something. Maybe something more with field. They have been experimenting a little more um with cards that are like that go to the spell and trap zone. Like the Crystal Beast kind of thing, but a little more with like more cards. One thing I did think that really could have just been an turn this off real quick. One thing that really could have been a really interesting something mechanic was the Earth's Arctic synchro monsters, where they're like secret monsters, but they use like the difference in the like levels to synchro. And I feel like that could have been like its own summoning mechanic, right? Like the difference in levels to summon this monster, like an anti-synchro. Not saying that's what I would have gone with, but I do think that that as a mechanic is interesting. That it's like only that is made for only this like one specific archetype. Right, one water down. Now we got my jug, my vacuum flask. Konami needs to get in touch with you. Well, Konami is already kind of in their own bubble. Japanese company, whatnot. If only I was the Kevin Stewart of the modern age. I like to one day maybe even create my own card game, but I'm not even thinking about that much more than that'd be cool. Yeah, like there's a lot of stuff like they could do. I feel like wait, I remember one idea I had. Um like having cards that incorporate like columns that create like bigger cards. So in Pokemon, you have like the giant cards where like you can have like a monster that's like made up of like a couple cards. Like something like that, right? Like an Exodia or Gate Guardian kind of thing. Where you have to use multiple zones to create this like boss monster. Whether it's like three monster zones or like a link zone or an extra monster zone below that, and then like a spell and trap card, right? Doesn't need to be like all monsters either. Like some like cool combination of cards that create this like super monster. I think that'd be really fun. Or something where it's like you have to use an extra deck for like three different monsters, like three cards that's like essentially one like part one, part two, part three of a monster, and it's essentially that you have to um you send to the graveyard or whatever like the cards on the field to create this thing, and you summon like three cards from the extra deck that's like sort of tied together as like a gimmick type of thing. I haven't seen Rush Duels, but perhaps. Yo, Chris Hemsath with the with the 9.99. That might be the biggest donation I've ever received on here. Ever thought of doing any Slay the Spire content? Honestly, if Konami ever released a game in that vein, man, that would be hype. I have not. I've heard of it, but I have not. Slay the Spire. That's a Steam game, right? Like a video game, like a card based video game. Pretty sure that is. I've heard of some of like the card based video games. I played Chain of Memories. I know like Neon White uses cards. It's like that too. But thank you for the 9.99. You are the man. Yeah, like these are just like random ideas I spent. Like I legit have a whole list on my phone of just like Yu-Gi-Oh card ideas. Just like a ton of just and not even like mechanics or gimmicks, just cards I think would be like a fun idea or like a fun name for a card. Just completely random stuff. I've made some custom cards for Necromancy for Kids channel too. But there's some fun stuff. There's like random monsters and effects. Like I don't think there's a card in the game that's just destroy a card on the field. Like you're right. Like, I have some like weird things. I have one that's a card that reduces your opponent's life points the next game. I have one that you like skip a phase for another phase. Like all these like weird things. Really dumb. Most of these are dumb ideas, but it's fun to look at. AO, Forbidden Memories or Fallout Kingdom streams would be neat. I do plan on doing the games. I did Eternal Dual Soul a couple months ago. Forbidden Memories, that is one I'm like I feel like I will eventually do, but I'm a little bit dreading it. Uh just because um it is a very grindy game and stuff, and I feel like I wouldn't have like the time or patience for that unless I do like a really like a heavily modded version of that. Um, but I think after I do the DM era card list, I do want to do like the early games, right? Kind of go in a rough order. But I think the next one I do plan on streaming would be Dark Duel Stories on the Game Boy, because that was the first Yu-Gi-Oh game I played, and that's no I'm like a little bit dreading just because it is like a really janky Game Boy game, but I think it would be fun. I think people would enjoy that. People seem to enjoy the Eternal Duel Soul stream, and I think after that, I would imagine probably would be Sacred Cards, but we'll see. I think if enough people like want it, and I'm interested in doing it, I guess we'll see from there. But eventually, because I want to play them so I can do a review on them. I know people ask for like the reviews and stuff once in a while, and I feel like streaming them would be the best way to get like footage and whatnot on them. Let's see, any other card we think would be B. I'm leaning towards Fusion Gate being B, because I think the idea is like really cool of just like a field spell that lets you fuse. It's like the first kind of like alternate polymerization thing. I guess aside from like Summoner of Illusions, but he's kind of jank. I put him in C tier. I think he is like a good definition of a C tier. Jank as all hell. Damn, $10 though. I'm shocked. Thank you again. Goodness. Mariokutai, I think, is a C tier. I think this card is really cool. I like to see more people try him out because he essentially negates himself to negate a spell, which kind of makes your opponent like have to attack into it first. I've never owned a poly. I've always used to get a super poly. Yeah, I mean the first time I got poly, I'm pretty sure was in the like the Joey starter deck probably. Honestly, Eternal Duelist Soul helped establish the deck building genre in that period of 2001 2003. Oh yeah, because Eternal Duelist Soul, that was the first real game simulator like of Yu-Gi-Oh, like ever. Like we had a bunch of OCG games before that, but they were way more gimmicky. Like Dark Duel Stories prequels, basically. Like Eternal Duel Soul, that is like 2002 Yu-Gi-Oh with OCG stuff defined. I think that's really cool. Like I posted my picture of my deck on it's on my Patreon. I like my entire deck list for that. Like I recreated in Dueling Book. It's like, oh, that's a really neat looking deck, I think. And like that's probably one of my not my most favorite aspect of Yu-Gi-Oh is just deck building. Cause I really enjoy deck building. I'm okay at dueling, but I feel like deck building I just find like a ton of fun. Of finding what works, what synergizes, like what ratios, which kind of looks right to me. What makes a deck tick, I think is fun. What helps it operate the most. It's like building a clock. Gotta find the right gears and pieces to it. I love deck synergy, especially with cards that aren't together in archetype. Yeah, synergy is great. Like I've worked on like a lot of decks that have been really fun. I've worked on like Horus fire decks and Goat. I've worked on like Harpies and Metal Raiders. Like, I mean, so many decks, especially when you put in like a lot of time and effort into like those type of things. Like that's pretty fun. I think the spooky guys. Gross Ghost isn't like the worst, but be hard pressed to play him. Kind of same thing with Earl. Earl. My name is Earl of Demise. I feel like Bait Doll's also probably C tier. I don't know, because Bait Doll and Pixie Knight, like, it's a very fascinating deck that no one really tries enough. Like, there's a lot of cards like on there. I'm like, well, it's not. Yeah, I'm with Pixie Knight and C. I think it's kind of like a neat deck, like in Goat format, but it's definitely janky. So Bait Doll, it targets like a face down card, and then like shuffles itself into the deck, something along those lines. With my handy dandy notebook here. Where the hell is this Bait Doll card? There it is. Yeah, it forces the activation of a face down trap card. If the timing of the trap card is incorrect, it is negated and destroyed. So like like a mirror force, let's say. If it's not a trap card, it's flipped back face down, but then Bait Doll is returned back to the deck and shuffled. So it's kind of neat. It like forces out cards basically. Like unless you like read a card and it gets sent back to the deck too. Oh, this is something kind of cool actually. Let me show this off. So these, and then I think might be one other card. Well, I'm gonna show these off first. Am I blind? Am I reading that right? Earrings kind of hurting. That's like $99. What? Oh my god! Thank you, man. You are the man. What the heck? Oh goodness! You put my my J-pop back on. Holy crap! I thought 10 was the highest. Oh, let's put my microphone here so I can talk into my RE4E mic. I got hospitalized my last year of grad school. I ended up getting back into Yu-Gi-Oh! While in the hospital. Your vids really helped me through a tough time. Thanks, man. Oh man, thank you. Thank you a lot. You are the man. You are the man, Joe. Holy crap, yeah. I'm glad everything you know, you like healed up and got healthy and whatnot. Glad my stuff could help you through. Goodness. I mean, I don't know what to say. Gee, goodness gracious. That threw me off because I'm like, look, I'm like nine. I'm like, it's a lot of nines. Oy vey. Goodness gracious. Yeah, it's great to hear, man. Good health is good. Holy crap. I'm just like, I'm kind of stunned myself. Don't really usually see donations like that on this small island called the Janjo Zone. But yeah, but thank you. Yeah, you're welcome here any time. But yeah, I was gonna talk about these two things. So these two cards are Kaikyu the Ghost Destroyer and Bazu the Soul Eater. Now these took me a long time to get because these are the European versions of those two cards, the EN versions, in which they are the LON printing, but they both specify monsters. Now, originally when these cards were printed, they did not specify monsters. And that wasn't fixed until um, was it Yada format? I want to say when they were changed, but because of like their release in Europe, they did not have that OG text. So that's something really interesting. That actually took me a chunk of time to obtain those because European cards are kind of hard to find. I have another card of note here too, which are these two cards. Tornado Wall. These cards are kind of interesting. One's actually wait a second. Okay, actually, the Kaiku that is the worldwide LON printing, but Bazoo that is the European printing. Um, Yo, Alan, what's up? Yeah, Chris, you are an. I feel like MVP should be like a thing you can put, like, give people on this thing. Because I would absolutely give you like an MVP status, an honorary Janjo Knight. Um, yeah. So this printing is the European printing of Tornado Wall. Tornado Wall is different too, because one, the original printing was different. The original printing, it was any damage to your life points becomes zero. So this included effect damage. This was not how the card was originally intended. The original intent was this printing right here, which was just battle damage. So those are two different effects for Tornado Wall that you may not have known before. And yes, so this goes back to my whole set thing. Some cards I actually will have like multiple copies if I think it is interesting from like like a card design thing. And I think I have like one other card in here if I can find it to discuss. Oh, I know. Actually, I forgot about this one. So weird thing too. So these are both English printings from the same set, Unlimited. So this is Dark Spirit of the Silent, right here, right? And this is, oh, and this is actually a early printing of it. That for some reason I don't know why it has black text for its name. It's really spooky, right? I don't know why they did that. It must have been like a weird printing error or something. But yeah, like it's like it's a normal like super rare kind of thing, but with black text. So for comparison, there's the two cards side to side. Unlimited LON printings. I think that's kind of neat. In the words of my friend Shane, I think that's kind of neat. Here's the card I'm looking for. So the last interesting thing, in similar functionality to Kaiku and Bazu the Soul Eater, same thing with Skull Lair, where one printing was you could banish any card, and the other one was you had to banish monster cards. And this is another EN printing, so like some of these were rather tough to get, but I really wanted them in my collection so I could discuss it because that's kind of the fun thing about about you know just at least for my set is that I can take my set and be like, hey, let's go through my set, and these are why these cards are kind of interesting. Here's something interesting to note. What's your favorite physical card you own? Hmm. Actually, I can tell you. Let me go grab it. So this is an Ash Blossom book. This specific binder, I keep cards that I really like. Whether I think they're like interesting or I think they're just personally neat. Um, Here's one I got for the recent holidays that I really enjoy. This is a secret rare premium pack 2 Zera the Mant. One of my favorite design cards. These don't really fit too well in my binder with like the double sleeves or just the single sleeves rather. This is a jump promo, Victory Dragon. This guy's really cool. This one I really wanted for a long time, but I never pulled the trigger until like back during the holidays when there was like a sale on TCG Player, and I really got it. This is my only ghost rare of the Winged Dragon of Ra. Something about like a white Ra I thought is just like really fascinating. There you can see in the light. There's a good angle of it. That's my only ghost rare. Like that was like of all the ghost rares, that was the one I wanted. So I was glad I got that. And those three are on my front page. Otherwise, yeah, I have a bunch of like ultimate rares. I have a bunch of like kind of obscure cards. A lot of like a lot of OCG imports on here. Oh, I do like this one though. this, this is a stupid reason, but it's a gold rare Captain Gold with a gold sleeve. Look at that gold rare man. Raw so cool. Actually, it wasn't a pull. I bought that. I bought that on TCG Player because they had a holiday like kickback sale. So I'm like, I'm gonna get one expensive card that I've always wanted, and that was like the ultimate one. Oh, Zeramancy, yeah, that's another one. Because I think I spent like 200 in total during that like holiday sale. And like that was also when I got that secret rare Zero the Mant. Zero Mant's so cool. It's definitely one of my favorite art. I have a bunch of like vanilla dragon cards. This horror in horrible condition Envoy of the Beginning. You can see it's like it's ripped. That's from water damage. I've had this since like IOC. I've this is from like 20 years ago. This BLS set is like the only card I kept from back in the day because I at one point in high school I like gave all my cards away, but I kept like that one. Let's see. I have just a bunch of cards I like. Like some of them I just have just for the art. This one was released like a year or two ago. It's Fengli the Soldier Palm. I don't know what it does, but it's like a pineapple dragon, and I love that. It's so cute, and it's just funny. A pineapple dragon, so cool. Let's see. Oh, this one, it's really fun too. Extra Ceratops. I just love the art of like a guy just pretending to be a Triceratops. This one I got for the art too. This is also one of my favorite art works in the game, so I want to get like a higher rarity of this. It's a Ronin, the super rare, I believe OTS pack Ronin Totem. Ronin Totem is such a cool looking card. Like that's I do want to get a Yu-Gi-Oh tattoo eventually, and that's definitely a contender for Yu-Gi-Oh tattoo is Ronin Totem. Yeah, like I just like it's just like a bunch of just like random shit. Like this whole page is just like OCG imports like we got and stuff. You know, like Gale Dogra, Firewing Pegasus, Green Kappa, just a bunch of random stuff. Oh, this one's White White Dustin, the proudest of them all. That might be the best flavor text. Like it's just like I just have a bunch of these cards. Pliance or Laundry Dragon, Pharaonic Guardian Sphinx. This page is like nothing but Speed Duel OCG imports, which I technically need to add two more to this. I have Fiend Kraken and this other one, but they're in like my Speed Duel box. But that's there they are. In the back page, I have three. Um, these are three counterfeit cards, which two of them I actually bought because I thought it was funny. One of them I actually got off TCG Player unintentionally. I bought some cards from a seller, and I got this one, this mysterious puppeteer, and I instantly could tell it was fake. You know, just like the text, like the print quality. So I brought it up to the seller. I shot them a message like, "Hey, just so you know, this card's a fake." And they were like, "Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. It was got from like my son's collection or whatever, or whoever." And I'm just like, "Oh, it's you know." So I explained to them specifically like why why it's a fake card. You know, like the things you can tell because it's not as ah, slid down. Like it's not as easy to tell compared to Raviel here, which its name is Emperor of Illusionary Fleend Raphil, and he's an insect monster. Like this guy, you can clearly tell it's a fake, as opposed to Puppeteer, which, like, by all intents and purposes, it looks like it would be a normal card. Um, I do. I would like to do a video on counterfeit cards eventually. I've been gathering so many like images online or what people like share on my Discord and stuff. Like I have a whole counterfeit page on my Discord. But it's a case of like finding the right time to cover it and also just figuring out how to cover it. Because that's the tough thing. Is like how do I cover counterfeit cards? Like the history of them and whatnot. Because it's not like the easiest thing to just find on a website, right? But I think it'd be really fascinating to like do eventually. Because past, I think it might even be this December. I don't know. We'll see. Because it's usually been a case of at least like once or twice a year. I like to do a history video that's outside of like the my normal timeline. Like this past December, I did one on duelist leagues. Which granted didn't get like a ton of views, but I think it's a really fascinating topic that is not discussed enough. Um, but yeah, like usually around that time, yeah, I like to at least do one that's a little bit different to keep me a little sane. Like, cause trust me, the series definitely have like highs and lows of me like mentally trying to get through it. Because my dumb butt decided to do this gigantic history series, and the more it's going throughout like probably since the GX era, it's been like way more in depth. And there's so much other things after that I want, like so much stuff. I have enough content ideas and stuff to last me years, as long as I don't explode my brain. That's like the main thing. Pacing, pacing, and understanding how much work needs to go into a thing. Because like I'm a professional video editor and like media producer and whatnot, so I have like plenty of experience with this stuff and understand what I need to do. But it's still like it's also like my hobby too. So it's I work and I'm editing, and then I get off of work, and then I work on YouTube videos. Which technically for my work, I work on YouTube videos too because I work for a different company that's primarily like a YouTube. You it's probably better if I had like a hobby that wasn't the same thing I do for work, but I guess then I wouldn't be where I am today if I didn't. I think Amazon Archer, which was originally released as Amazon Archer, I think now Amazon is Archer. I think that's a C. You definitely see it in side decks, but like that's it. I'd be a little hard pressed to put it above that. I think Fire Princess is C tier, and I think Assailant Flames is C tier. I see her in like Grand Maju decks, which I think is really fun, personally. And by the way, if anyone's enjoying the stream, feel free to drop a like. We are at 7 likes. I think it'd be really cool if we got to 10 likes because YouTube enjoys engagement. So that helps push this channel out to other people. You know, the more people engage with it, you know, comment, like, subscribe, you know, all that stuff people say. Like, they don't say it just because like they want to see the numbers. It's a you know, you got to play by YouTube's rules, unless you're Mr. Beast. And you spend a year figuring out how to hack the rules. Gilasaurus. Gila might be a B tier, actually. Possibly. Hysteric Fairy is going to go in C2. I think she's like the same conceptual thing as Archer. Like tomorrow is Friday, and we got 10 likes. And by next week too, I should have like my whole thing set up, which is really cool. Which should be really cool. I could have done it today, but I should be getting my new monitor. I got my monitor today, and I should be getting my monitor arm tomorrow, which is why I decided not to set my monitor now because I essentially be doing more work for no apparent reason. Very excited for that. I should post a picture on that. I might post a picture on my my Discord, which I'm considering changing the name to. I've talked about it a couple months ago. I'm considering changing it from the Spice Rack to like Janjo Tombs to make it a little more thematic with the channel. But I might just do like a poll on Discord, or Discord doesn't have like polls, but you essentially have to do like an emoji poll. So I might be doing that. Yeah, these cards are trash. Unfortunately. Are 2K defenders still considered like do we want I know beforehand we had them in C tiers because like 2K defense was like still like good, you know, in terms of like defender cards. Do we still want to follow that logic with like humanoid slime and earthbound spirit? I think that's the card I'm thinking of. This guy. Like these two. Or is this like by this point do we just say like, hey, screw it, let's just kick them down to D tier? I think that's a question. But I will put Marie at least here too next to Fire Princess because those two kind of I think they go hand in hand. Which I actually played a Fire Princess burn deck in an Android tournament years ago. Like years ago. I didn't go far in it, but I think I made the deck. My main problem with the deck is I kept hard drawing into Marie, the Fallen one, or currently known as Dark Lord Marie. I don't know why. I just kept hard drawing into it. 3 cards out of a 40 card deck. I could not get into Painful Choice quick enough, apparently. It's a bit of a shame. Offerings to the Doomed is another like really interesting card because it's yeah, you skip your next draw phase, but it does just pop a monster, right? Like it almost feels like a card that's almost like underutilized. Like yeah, it's definitely really good in speed duels, but we're not adding speed duels to like this in mind because that's like a whole different like meta game, like a whole different card pool, really. So it's a little hard to tell. That's the problem with some of these cards. Like they're just kind of meh, right? Like some cards are not terrible, but in consideration to other ones, like there's definitely a like you can definitely tell some of these cards are like really bad, right? Like a lot of these vanillas, like Flying Fish or Swordsman of Landstar, like they're definitely bad, right? Oh, it's gonna be like 61 degrees tomorrow, like high 61. I'm so excited. It's gonna be so warm tomorrow. Like next 2 days, be very warm on a warm Friday. Like that's the best thing you can ask for, I think. Oh goodness. Today was kind of a weird day. I felt really tired today. I had a coffee this morning. Actually, around 4:30 or so, I made some matcha tea. That definitely woke me back up a bit. Matcha is really good. Actually, one of those like matcha sets, like matcha tea kits. With like the bamboo thing where you like put the matcha powder in the little bowl and you like froth it up with it. That'd be fun. There's definitely a lot of cards in the set that I feel like are underrated. Stuff like spiritualism or offerings, Mariokutai, stuff like that. You would occasionally see Revival Jam in like a water deck sometimes. Usually within like the one use, like if you had a tribute monster, because you could just it was the original Sinister Serpent, basically. Like, but it wasn't even that long before Serpent came out, because it'd only be one format later when Serp came out as a video game promo. I think it was a stairway to the Destined Duel. I think it was that Valkyrion and Harpy's Feather Duster. I think could be wrong with that. Hope everyone's having a good night tonight. Everyone's enjoying themselves. I know I've seen Cure Mermaid in like Fire Princess burn decks, but I don't think it's very good personally. I think it's just kind of like a bad option. But does that make it trash though if it's like people can play it in a Fire Princess burn deck? that's like a partial question. Defusion is another like really interesting card. It's definitely like a win more card, I think, Defusion. It's definitely a win more. But like man, when it pops off though, when you defuse at like Buster Blader and Dark Magician, an attack for game, or a Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, which, I know those cards aren't out by this point, but ideally, in best case scenario. Like, I don't think Defusion really has any good targets by this point. I mean, maybe like Black Skull Dragon. Probably the best target for like a Defusion strategy. Unless I'm missing something, but that'd be fun. Like conceptually, it's really cool, right? You just undo the fusion. So I guess now right, it's technically a +1, right? Defusion. One card for two. Right now, well, technically you're using your fusion, right? So it's you go neutral. Card advantage theory. Technically lose two cards. Yeah, you go neutral. I think Defusion's a C tier. I mean, it doesn't really work in the same way as like Fusion Gate, because Fusion Gate just banishes the cards. So you can't like defuse them. Let me scroll up so people coming in can see what the current list looks like. I think it's shaping out so far. It's fairly even, I would say. Within the regards to like how the tiers are. You forgot to put Relinquish in the S tier. Relinquish isn't in this set. Or you're talking about the Magic Ruler. I don't think Relinquish is S tier personally. I think he's really good, but his decks have always pretty consistently have been like good, right? Like it's never been meta defining, like broken. Thousand Eyes Restrict, like that's one thing. But that wasn't because of Relinquished, you know. Like Relinquished decks are definitely really good. Like is a very like safe at A tier. I mean, he looks super cool. I think he's one of the most like recognizable Yu-Gi-Oh monsters. Like outside of like the protagonists, like the main characters monsters. Right? Like Pegasus like is right up there, I think, with Relinquished and Toon World. Which like how haven't we not got Toon Relinquished yet? Toon Eyes Restrict. I mean, I think my own headcanon is that I think we're gonna get a card that's called Illusion Eyes Restrict at some point. Madcap, what's up? Generically great or broken is S. Well, generically, well, I don't. Well, okay, so Relinquish isn't generically great. Like generically great would be like Pot of Greed. Some generic in the regards that it is generic. It can be put in any deck. You can't really do that with Relinquish, right? It has to be a ritual deck to Relinquish. Yeah, I'm a little surprised that we really don't get many Toon cards that often. Like the last batch was what, like Red Eyes, Dark Magician, and uh Blackluster Soldier. Okay, that's fair. Yeah. The main thing for S tier is that like one, were you banned? Your card safe return, or two, like how long were you useful? Basically, like how much of like TT was like a staple in like a ton of decks. And technically, you can still play it. And like Kaiku was good for such a long time too, just because he could stop banishing stuff. And that's such a powerful effect with 1800 attack. Is like you can't scoff at that at all. But yeah, like I'm surprised we haven't got like more Toon monsters, like Toon Harpy, like Harpy's pet Toon Dragon or Toon Black Skull Dragon, Toon Relinquished. Like all the stuff that we just haven't got. I guess we got Toon Harpy Lady, but you know what I mean. Um, we need Funny Bunny. That's what we need. Or like Toon Dark Rabbit, Toon Alligator. Yeah, TT was never banned, but it was it was limited, but it was like always around pretty much. Like it was the only card that's like kind of like that. Like we got Needle Sealing, but that was way more specific than TT could just destroy like everything on the field, clean slate, bam, a trap dark hole. That's scary. Especially in formats like you could run this at 3. Some formats and stuff too. Like now they have that's like you can search it out nowadays with what card was it? It's like Fury of Kyrushin, I think, like searches it out. Like I could see Kaiku going to A tier, but I think he has proven more value over time than like Bazu or Gemini Elf. Janjo, what's your favorite card? I have to pick between Relinquish or Tribute to the Dune. My favorite card. Are we talking purely from art or like by like design, like card design? Yeah, the thing with Labyrinth of Nightmare, the only card that was banned was this. We got a lot of limited cards, but either or. Um, Probably if I had to say some like all things considered, probably Levia Dragon Daedalus has like card that like looks really cool. It has an incredible effect, and one that really um struck me when I first dueled against it. Um, Back then, like probably that card. Like so, some of my other favorite art, would be cards like Ronin Toden and Zero the Mant, um, Injection Fairy Lily. Like there are a ton of cards that I think like look like super dope. Like the OG art for Red Ice Black Dragon, uh, Black Skull Dragon. I think Black Skull Dragon needs an alternate art. Like yeah, Relinquish Thousand Eyes Restrict. Like they're like super cool looking. Toon Summon Skull and Blue Eye Toon Dragon too. But I I need to get that secret rare Levia drag. I don't have a secret rare Levia. I do have a secret rare Zero the Mant. I do have that super rare Ronin Toden. But I think all things considered, I would have to go with Levia Dragon as like effects and art and like my own personal experience with the card. I think those are all fair reasons. Like Zero and Ronin Toden are like purely based on the art. For a while, honestly, if you asked me back in like 2005 or so, I probably would have said like mystical Knight of Jackal. Like that was like my card. That was like my ace was Knight of Jackal. He's a terrible card in retrospect, but like I did get someone in a Jackal lock once. That was very exciting. Unfortunately, he's terrible against cards like Mystic Tomato and Sangan because they just get their effects off and then they stack because it's sent to the graveyard and then stacks instead of just stacking from the field, which is rather unfortunate, honestly. But this one I had Jackal's up there too. I remember back then, like pretty much any card from Piranha Guardian, I loved. Like Necro Valley's up there too. I would say also. Necro Valley's definitely up there. Yeah, there are so many cards. I mean, yeah, there are a lot of really bad cards that have like really great art too. Clown Zombie. I'm trying to think of cards that are like really bad that I draw. I mean, there were some of the cards I showed in my book here earlier, like that pineapple dragon thing and extra Ceratops. I love the art, but they're trash cards otherwise. And that's why I kind of just have this like one binder just for like cards that I personally like. It's like it's not a set or anything. It's just like, hey, I think these cards are neat, or I think it's like they don't really fit anywhere else. Just throw them in here. But I am collecting for very slowly collecting, but collecting a legendary collection Yugi's World, in which I will have to get a high rarity levy at that at some point, and possibly get two, one for that, and one for my other binder. But I guess we'll see. Like Clown Zombie is real. I've seen people. I think Clown Zombie, like some people have played in like speed duels. Like there are a couple decks you could technically use Clown Zombie in, because he is a has a very high attack for a level 2 monster, and he's also a zombie, which usually can work with stuff. Zombies are pretty synergistic with one another. Yeah, humanoid worm drake going down there. Clown zombie is cool though. I kind of wish we did get more of like a Call of the Haunted Pumpkin kind of archetype with like zombie monsters. Like mementos are kind of close, but they're not zombies, right? They're just like weird, forgotten, whatever the hell they are. Nachi played card game since Goat format. Yeah, there's a lot of fun formats to check out. Definitely check out formatlibrary.com for a variety of formats. But Speed Duels takes. I really like Speed Duels because it takes a lot of old DM era cards, DM and GX, and gives them like new life. Like makes them have more playable versions of the decks. Like we're looking here with Mass Beast and uh, stuff like that. Slimes, new life and Speed Duels. Yeah, we haven't really seen much for like Bones stuff. I mean, aside from just generic zombie stuff. Bakura, we have seen new cards. We gotten retrains of like these guys, some of them anyway. Like with Cursed Necrofear. I think there's like Dark Spirit of Banishment or something like that. I think we got those in like I don't know, like 2019 or so. Dark Mastery, that was another card. Yeah, so we got retrained Bakura stuff. It's not meta or anything, but yeah, at least we got it. Let's see. Oh yeah, they should have done a Bakura structure deck. I always think it's cool to like once in a while I'll try and like build a Bakura structure deck or like characters. Like so that we get like a Bakura in my deck. Like that would have been cool. Like we got Merrick after we got him in 2010, which like yeah we got one in the like OCG like years and years and years ago, but in terms of the TCG we didn't get Merrick, so I think that would have been cool. I kind of wish they did more like character decks nowadays, like that from DM era. Like the only thing we get are speed duels. I mean, technically, you could say like structure decks we get sometimes are like Soul Burner. We're still getting DM retrains. We may get Bones one day. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't rule past it. Like, I think having an effect that's called a haunted, but like the anime would be really cool. Like once a turn, bring back a monster, but it's a zombie, and then like maybe it's something like King of the Skull Servants, right? Where Like Pumpkin's on the field, but he gets like 1,000 attack for each zombie monster on the field. Let's go with that because it's modern. He's like Zombie World, or maybe 1,000's too much, but you know what I mean. Maybe like 700 or 600 or something. Something like that. Merrick is really cool. Like Merrick and Pegasus, great villains. And I will say, if you've never read the manga, definitely read the manga because they are like way better in the manga than in the anime. The anime, and I say this every time, anime does not do the manga justice. Manga's so good. Like Merrick is so deliciously evil in the manga. Like he is such an ass, and everyone knows it. And he's the first person to tell you that, and it's great. Yeah, I mean Pegasus, like it's very similar to the anime. The anime makes it more of like he's doing it for his like they change him up a little bit in the anime, whereas the manga, it's his whole plan is more clear on what he's trying to do. Because in the anime, I believe it's the case that he needs to beat Yugi to get the Millennium Puzzle so he could like bring his dead wife back to life. I think that's what it is in the anime, right? My nose is so itchy. Goodness, today. But it's much more clear in the manga where he works alongside Kaiba Corp, but he wants to take over Kaiba Corp, right? Like him and the like the major shareholders, right? The big five. They they all want to take over Kaiba Corp. So they're like, hey Pegasus, we will vote you into power, but we need to be confident in you. So Kaiba just lost to this kid Yugi. So if you can beat him, then we'll like get you in charge of everything. Because I believe he wanted the tech. Because Pegasus wanted, yeah, it was like ultimately about his wife basically. Because he wanted to use the Kaiba Corp virtual reality technology to use that to ascend to recreate his wife basically. But he was also like a guy who was all prone to like kidnapping and murder and extortion and like all this really shady stuff. Like he's definitely a villain. He has his motives, but he's definitely a villain. And that's definitely explained much more clearer in the manga than it is in the anime. Because I don't think he even cares about the Millennium Puzzle in the manga at all. Because he has a Millennium Eye. What does he care? Like he just wants all that sweet Kaiba Core technology. Kick Kaiba out. I would love to do like a chapter by chapter dissection of the manga at some point. I was originally going to do a few years ago a series that I dissected the duels, but I recorded like one or two episodes, but I never ended up posting them anywhere. But maybe that's something I could always do, like if if and when I ever finish the history series, right? If I want to do like a chapter by chapter like discussion of Yu-Gi-Oh, that way everyone could like follow along. I think that'd be really fun. Because I read it not I read it last time I read the Yu-Gi-Oh manga was back in like 2020, so it wasn't like that too terribly long ago. But it's really good. And like the last arc, the Millennium World, like totally different too. Like the Domino City arc is it was a ton of fun. Like pre-Duelist Kingdom. Like there's so many things I want to talk about. Like I eventually want to talk about like like the original anime and movie too. But one thing at a time. I got to keep myself current, consistent when I'm working on, and get my projects done. That is like the my focus, my golden road of this year is sticking to Yu-Gi-Oh history, Yu-Gi-Oh CG, and then uh, the side deck. Whenever I get like good ideas for that, which so far I've been doing good at it. So we'll see. Mantis isn't terrible, but like it's kind of outclassed right away. So by comparison, it's terrible. Amphibian Beast is interesting because it does get better with a Legendary Ocean when that comes out. What level's Amphibian Beast? I guess it's still a level 5. So it's you still have to tribute to get it out. I don't know. I don't know. I have to refer to my book for some of these cards. Mask of Dispel. Uh, targets a magic card, so probably have to be continuous. Your opponent takes 500 each standby phase. That's pretty bad. It only targets. It's like some of the issues I have with some of the uh, Pharaoh's Servant cards, right? Where it's way too hyper specific for its like own good. Like continuous spells for like a 500 burn. No, thank you. The weakness can only be activated in the battle phase, which I don't know when otherwise you'd want to use it. Decreases monster by 700. It was like just use Rush recklessly, right? That card is just better in every way. Let's see, Mask of the Accursed prevents a monster from attacking, so it has stall capabilities, which I guess is kind of like Paralyzing Potion, but this at least inflicts burn damage. Which I wouldn't say it's terrible, because it is a burn card, right? Like a stalling burn card. So I don't think that's the worst card. While Brutality increases monster attack by 1,000 points, decreases defense by 1,000 points. So it has different utility in that regard. You pay 1,000 life points each your standby phase. If you cannot, it is destroyed. I mean, it technically has more utility than like Mask or than Acts of Despair, but the 1,000 life points, so like you gotta pay it. Is that like what the current text says? Current text is pay 1,000 or destroy this card. Was it optional back then? Or was it not optional back then? I check the rulings. The payment of 1,000 life points is optional. Okay, this is from Upper Deck. So yeah, I mean, I can't say it's necessarily terrible because essentially just I mean it's a worse. I don't know. It's worse than Acts of Despair because like you're kind of forced to pay that 1,000. unless you're using it for a defensive purpose. But if that's the case, like if you're using it to like reduce defense from a monster, you might as well just increase your own attack. And at that point, just run Axe of Despair. So like, yeah, I'm gonna put in D. It's just like a worse card by design, basically. But if you're running a mass deck, like it's not terrible, but that's also the case of like you are forcing yourself to run like the card. All right, let's see here. Hmm. I'm trying to like at least go through like the cards I'm not super familiar with. Lady Panther attributes itself to return a monster destroyed battle. This turns to the top of the deck. That's bad. Like, why get rid of yourself just to flip them? Like, it's not even a quick effect. Like, if it was a quick effect, it'd be a little better. But essentially, it has to be destroyed like during your own turn and in battle. Like, So, Lady Panther should have been a quick effect, and it should have been just destruction in general. Or if it was, even if it's just like sent to the graveyard, because at least then you could, tribute over a monster, and then use Lady Panther to like tribute that bring that monster back as like sort of way. That'd be better. But sadly, this is the what we got to play with. Crimson Sentry. It's the same thing, but bottom of the deck. That somehow seems worse. Because if it's one thing if it's your opponent's monsters, but bottom of your deck, what does that do you? Doesn't do you any favors, I'd tell you that much. Let's see, Unfriendly Amazon is 2,000 attack, 4 stars, good stats. Let's see. You have to attribute a monster during your standby phase. Otherwise, it's destroyed. It's like a shitty Panther Warrior. Just I haven't. There's just better monsters by this point. Better 2K monsters. You even had Goblin Attack Force. Let's see. That's not. Wait, what am I thinking? That's not Pixie Knight. That's fucking Fairy Guardian. The same thing, but tributes for a magic card by your opponent. By your return one magic card sent to your graveyard by your opponent during the turn. That sounds terrible. Was Pixie Knight not released in this set? Am I thinking of the wrong card? I was clearly mistaken. What was Pixie Knight? Oh, that's Magician's Force. I'm thinking. I think that's for my own question. Yeah, I beat you to it. Corrected myself. I know someone should have corrected me earlier when I got that confused with Pixie Knight. Let's see, Dancing Fairy. As long as on your side of the field, defense, you increase life points each standby phase. That'd be better if its stats were swapped. Like 17 isn't bad attack, but 1,000 defense is terrible. So then why play it? Like just run Solemn Wishes. I don't like to be like so harsh on these cards because like some of the like it's almost like we need like another tier for LON, right? Like it feels like LON needs a tier of like absolutely bad, right? Like it's almost like it needs an F tier by this point. Do we want to add an F tier, or do we want to keep it like how it is? Because it's like some of these cards, like they're not bad, but I want to have them in like a C tier. But like compared to like Gadget Soldier and stuff, it's There's definitely a difference. Like I'm willing to make an F tier for this. LON is the worst set so far when it comes to usable cards. Yeah, that's the thing. But it's like you look at cards like Dancing Fairies, like all right, 1700, not terrible for an attack. Master Brutality, yeah, it's 1,000 attack boost. Empress Mantis, 2,200 attack. Yeah, it's not that's not terrible. By this point, it needs to do more. But then you also have like these cards, like a lot of these top row stuff that's just like inherently bad. Like I'm almost tempted to bump up some of these cards, just like at least like like a couple of these cards maybe. But it's definitely an interesting case of like now we're really starting to see cards that are like they need to do more. Like they are like really just outdated. And I think that's really interesting to look at in this set. Like Yu-Gi-Oh has definitely now we're seeing like a definite shift into a new era with Labyrinth of Nightmare. Even if the set isn't like redefining what the game is in a hard way, it's kind of doing it in a soft way. This is the soft serve ice cream of Yu-Gi-Oh. I don't know if that's even the right comparison, but I'm using it. Let's see. Fire Sorcerer. Randomly select two cards from your hand and remove them from play for 800. I feel like I've seen this card in like use in a deck, but it sounds really bad. You're giving it two random cards. Like not only it's a flip effect, but you're using two random cards. Deal 800. Like it should be 800. It should be discard any number of cards from your hand to deal 800 per card. That'd be a lot better. Because if that was the case, then if those two cards, then you deal 1,600. If you deal like four, like that's a lot of damage, and that would have been like kind of busted. But two for 800 and random at that, you're just biting yourself in the foot. Biting yourself in the foot? What did I just say? Shooting yourself in the foot. There's about some sugar right there. The Cure Mermaid. Cure Mermaid. Longer my phase on your field, increase output by 500 each of your standby phases. I think Massive Brut. Yo, say what's up. I think Massive Brutality is a low C. It's bad, but I need to play actively one opposed to like Little Wingard or Nuvia. Yeah, well, that's the thing with Brutality is that it's not like terrible, but it's like it's horribly outclassed to Axis Despair by this point. Like a card already exists that does what it does, but better by all intents and purposes, right? Yeah. All right, I'll bump it up. I almost put it in C tier originally. Yeah, I suppose you could use Megamorph. Even something with like Dancing Fairy, like it has like 17 is like a solid attack stat, but it's also like that's not why you want to use it. And I think if we put stuff from Pharaoh's Servant like in D tier for having like not terrible stats, I think it's gonna remain there. Like Empress, like one tribute for 2,200. It's not like terrible, but Summon Skull exists. Yeah, it's not bad, but specific. I guess that's fair enough for a C tier. Yeah. I think for Destiny board, we'll just have a Destiny board tier. It needs to be a different color. We'll make it gray. That's not what I want to do. Destiny board. Yeah, it's kind of it's its own like super weird gimmick. I think it just looks cooler if it's its own thing. Death. I'm trying to think. What are other some like good one tribute monsters by this point other than Summon Skull? Jinzo. Jinzo was just released. Answered my own question, per usual. Yeah, just run Jinzo or Summon Skull was like pretty widely available from like the starter deck and the Metal Raiders. So I guess by that regard, I think I'll put the defenders. I was kind of back and forth on the defenders because like 2K is still like good, but we got so much by this point, and just better options anyway than like these two. No reason to really run them. Earthbound Spirit, a fiend, Earth. I mean, I guess because that for any of them, like they all have like, I mean, Gross Ghost and Headless Knight have decent defense too. But all right, I'll give you one. But by that regard, do we want to bump up humanoid slime though? Which, by the way, I really dig humanoid slimes art. Let's see here. The tornado bird flip return 2 mana track cards and go to the hands of the owner. It's kind of just a bad, crappy giant Trunade with a flip effect. Like it feels like a card that would be like kind of interesting in theory, but it just if it had better stats, that'd be like a whole other matter. Outside of fusion material and outside of being a defender and outside of speed duels, no. I mean, you could technically use it for like Aqua Spirit, but that's also that's also like the I think a fake argument of like you could technically play anything with anything. I think I'll put Revival Jam in C tier though. We have other water monsters too. Yeah, especially in like one format later, we even get Penguin Soldier. Like Revival Jam is another water monster too that brings itself back. Yeah, that's true. Necrophore only has like at least by this point so many options to use, and I guess 2K defense for that is something. Give the deck a little more consistency, I suppose. The attribute monsters, that's another topic of contention. I know once in a while we'll see like Aqua Spirit, Soul Period Light has seen play in like the fairy deck in Goat format. I think Aqua Spirit's definitely a B tier though. At the very least, Aqua Spirit I think is like worth that. I do think Spirit of Flames and Garuda is C because it's like special summoning monsters, whatever. Soul of Purity of Light is kind of the interesting one. Yeah, like it's shown up in like like fairy aggro, blue eyes, and light decks. So I'm just trying to figure out does it go in C or B? because it has like more of a unique effect than the other ones. It has the highest attack. You do have to banish 2 lights, but it does like have like a really interesting attack decrease that opponents usually forget about. Like it's not usually like the crux of the deck sit in, but it's usually like the decks that run it usually make use of it. I do like Spirit of Flame. I used to run a Spirit of Flame in my Horse Fire deck. It was a special summonable fire monster that can get up to 2k attack. I think the Rock Spirit's B tier also, personally. Higher level makes a Metamorphosis target. Okay, I'll put it in there. We got these 3, and then we got these 2, which is a distinct. Yeah, because I would say is it on the same level as like these or these? I would lean towards these up there. I think the Rock Spirit's like pre like Gigantus, and even like when Gigantus, people are still kind of like running it just to have it be an option, especially in like Rock Reasoning Gate decks. I think he's like definitely playable in Earth decks, like around the time. I mean, probably in the same amount of decks you could run, you probably would also run Soul Purion and Light, and like rather and like yeah, we haven't necessarily received like a light aggro like level type of stuff or like that. I think. I mean, yeah, eventually, like, but I feel like people only kind of stopped running it like in Earth decks kind of recently. I think it's seen enough play, or at least like testing, compared to like the other cards. I mean, you can even argue that like Amazon Archer and Serapheric could go to B just for like their side deck game and Goat, but like I think Rock Spirit leans closer to like these guys than they do these guys, or these gals and these guys rather. Like if I had to put them on a team, right? Because he does like also get an attack buff, like Spirit of Flames to 2k. But rock monsters are like a way more prominent in decks, or at least like even just better as a deck as is. And sometimes you don't want to destroy your whole back row, or potentially destroy your whole back row with Gigantus. Um, let's see here. Gilasaurus. I was contemplating putting Gila in B because Turtle OTK, and he has other uses too. I think Hans was up late to the party. Oh, we still got some to go, and also the stream will be up. So if you want to watch it at a later point in time, maybe have it on the background or something. You can always have it on. Early Cyber Dragon. Yeah, well, so was Fiend Mega Cyber. Yeah, he's an interesting one. Oh yeah, Destiny board tier. I mean, where else do you put it, right? Yeah, Gio's kind of a weird. He's kind of like I don't want to say he's gimmicky, but he's definitely like a niche card. And I feel like niche is usually the name of the game for a C tier, right? Niche functionality. Let's see. It's nice just having my set right here. I can just reference, look at all the cards. We'll eventually get to a point where I can't do that. Dream Sprite. When attacked by your opponent's a monster, select another of your monsters as target. Just play a better monster. that ugh, that's disgusting. I mean, I will say, Hans, I was considering making an F tier for this set because it definitely feels like there is a distinction between like bad cards and like the worst cards, like really bad cards. But for the sake of keeping the list pure, aside from like an occasional meme category, I think I will keep it the way it is. The supply. Return to fusion material monsters use fusion material to the hand. It's honestly kind of like I wouldn't say it's bad per se. Because it is like the original like fusion recovery kind of, where you get back two monsters. So I think he's a C tier. Let's see, collected power. Select the face-up monster on the field. Equip this monster with all face equip match cards on the field. This card's been used like in an OTK, right? C tier is for technically useful cards for an NPC, one of the video games. Yeah. C tier is like niche use basically. Like it's not great, but I could see people like using it in something that's not horrendous garbage. Oh yeah, sure. I'll scroll up. Board tier. Hustler, what's up? Yeah, board tier. Destiny board. It's even gray too. Yeah, collective power was used in like OTKs, right, or something. I feel like it's using something. I'm forgetting about. Let me look this up real quick. Is there anything on top decks? Uh, Someone had like side decks and a Noble Knight deck in 2013. Yep. Card Safe Return S. Well, Card Safe Return it's from the manga originally. So it was a Takahashi design thing, in which is actually way less. Because if you recall in the manga and anime, you drew three cards, which is why there's three cards on there. So it's weaker. And even by this point, it wasn't like no one didn't really play it at all because you didn't special summon much. Special summon was really rare, if like maybe once a turn, maybe. It really only got broken when like Zombie Master and like mass special summoning became a thing in 2007. And Card of Last Will, yeah, that's a different card. I actually have that in my book over here that I was showing off earlier. You can't even use that card. It's not. Yeah, it's legal to play. It's not even like on a forbidden list or anything. Where is that? Yeah, this card. Kind of neat. If the attack of a monster you control becomes zero by card effect, drawn to you have 5 cards in your hand. Like it's very interesting. Like you can use, like you'd be able to like use cards to like get to that thing, but it's kind of neat. That card save return was definitely stronger in the OCG, but whole different metagame. Yeah, collected power is kind of interesting, right? It's like a field wide Taylor of the Fickle. I'll put that in C. I think I discussed Safe Return in my Series 3 video, right? I feel like I did. Which I don't even know what I'm going to do Series 4. I feel like I feel like once I did my Series 2, I feel like once I did my Series 3 video, people stopped asking about like because it was always like after the Series 2, it was like, oh, we want Series 3, we want Series 3. So I did Series 3, but I never get people asking for Series 4, which is kind of interesting, I think. I think it's funny that recent DM retrains have their own anime card asynchronity effect. Yeah, draw a bunch of stuff. I mean, Series 4 is still DM era. I mean, at least like in my OCG history stuff, like my main thing, I would like to at least do the DM stuff. Like I don't know about like GX and beyond, but like my goal for that would at least be like a Series 4. Basically get up to like the TCG's GOAT format. I think would be like interesting. But I do have my Yu-Gi-Oh OCG series going on currently, so that's like my main like OCG project. In which, by the way, if anyone's interested for Yu-Gi-Oh OCG, the next episode, which won't be uploaded until the 18th, so uh, about like another like week and a half, it's available on Patreon, which anyone can watch for as little as $2 a month, which we tackle the starter box. So don't miss that one. Like, yeah, it's up extra early for people. So if you want to check that out extra early, yeah, I couldn't do it without your help and your knowledge of like checking and making sure everything's like accurate and I get all like the interesting things out there. Yeah, honestly, that's probably where most people like. I think good chunk of people found my channel from was like the series 1 and 2 videos. I feel like the Bandai game was like I think one of the early ones that people like really like started like watching myself a little bit, but definitely the OCG stuff like those ones seemed to like blew up a little bit, not too terribly much, but definitely more like other videos. Um, which is actually kind of funny because I remember writing the series 1 video. Yeah, the Bandai was an old video. That was the first one I really went down like a rabbit hole researching. But yeah, the series 1 video initially was going to be 2 videos, one on volume 1 and one at the end of series 1. But like then the more research I did, I'm like, no, this has got to be like the whole thing, which is a good thing I did. But like with the Yu-Gi-Oh CG series, I can go like way more in depth about it, about like each specific thing, which is something that like is not really out there for like American audiences. Like the Bandai, I think it'd be interesting to talk about the Bandai game again, but I wouldn't know what angle I would even tackle it from because I already did like the history video. I think unless I did a thing where like I got a bunch of cards and I did a duel, but I already know duels on my channel don't even do well, so probably won't be doing that. Do you think Yugi tubing is difficult? That depends. That depends on a variety of things. Do you have the time? Do you have the time, energy, skill? Do you have the uh uniqueness? Um, do you have the drive? Uh, I mean, it depends what you're doing. Like, if for a channel like Goat format, right? Like they're doing it just for like essentially like hosting and like keeping a record of the format, right? Like that, like they have their own kind of unique thing to it. Are you using it as a way to like show decks and like what is your like exact thing you're doing? Would I say it's hard? Sure, but like that's just kind of YouTube in general. Um, because Yu-Gi-Oh is a niche. So card games is already like, not the most popular thing on like YouTube, but then you're talking about like a very specific card game, and it's not even like the most popular card game, right? Um, so you're like doing more of a niche of that, and like something I'm doing, which is like historical stuff, with a main focus on like the older stuff. I'm like a niche of a niche, so it's hard for what I'm doing, but it's good in the case that like what you get on the Janjo zone is only going to be on the Janjo zone. So like it all depends. Like the main thing is like consistency, I think. That video sent me into a Yu-Gi rabbit hole as well. I knew nothing about the Japanese side of the franchise. Site, yeah, no, like a lot of people don't know about, it, and that's why those videos tend to get people views. Like that's why they get views because it's an interesting topic that's not like widely covered. Have you interacted with other known Yu-Gi-Oh content creators? Yeah, I've done some collaborations on the channel. There's of course like there's the podcast I had for a bit with I had JDZ from Goat Format on there. He's on the first episode. I've also done a tier list stream, or not. It wasn't a stream. It was just like a tier list video with him and AJT, another like duelist. Um, I've done a so I said JDZ. I've done like 2 collabs with him. I've done a collab with Neshi. He does a bunch of Crystal Beast. Like he has like Crystal Beast channel, which that's also like very specific niche. Um, Unless I'm forgetting, I feel like I'm forgetting one, but that might be it. I really haven't done much. Oh, I've think I've done some stuff with like B Socks for like on his channel from or I guess probably might know him better as Yugioh from Zero, another like smaller channel. But yeah, I've done stuff with him a a few times. It's probably about it. I don't do collapse too often. I tried doing one with Sam Cox Yu-Gi-Oh a couple of years ago, but that just kind of like fell through, unfortunately. Like we were pretty close on like getting something, but he had like reschedule, and then it. I did do one with I think my first one I did was with Legacy Crusaders. I don't know if he still does videos. He might. I don't think the video's up anymore, but he was doing like a progression series kind of thing, and I did that with I think his Legacy of Darkness episode because I ran a gear free deck. Yeah, I did like a gear free smoke grenade deck. That might have been the first collab, which I don't think that video is public anymore. But yeah, not too much, not too much. I like to do more, like if possible with like like the bigger content creators, but they're busy and I try to do one with MBT. I try to hit him up, at least for like a comment or something for my when I was doing my reperforming video. But he never got back to me. Oh, I did do a collab with the duelist Pui, excuse me, Pui in my Gravekeeper side history video. But she's not a content creator. So I've done like a couple with content creators, but not much. Let me catch up with the chat here. UB seems at least more fun than making Beyblade TikToks. Yeah, I mean, like honestly, it depends on what you like to do. Honestly, if you want to do it, do it. Like I used to do video game content before this, and I switched to Yu-Gi-Oh, and I much enjoy this a significantly more amount. But like, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Some days it's hard, especially because I try to be consistent with my stuff, and like the quality I put in my videos takes a lot of time. My first interaction with Yu-Gi-Oh in my childhood was buying those counterfeit cards. Big dark rabbit. Darkly Big Rabbi, I believe was the name. Oh yeah, that's a classic. I wish I had some of those like really cool ones, like Darkly Big Rabbi and Julie, Infinite Attack and Defense. I have a whole folder of just like counterfeit cards that I do plan on making a history video on at some point in time. I remember like I had a friend come back from vacation and he had like a whole deck of these counterfeit cards, like a whole ton of them. And I was like super jealous because it's like, oh, we got all these really cool looking like they were fake, but they were really cool looking cards. I was jealous. I'm not gonna lie, but that was cool. I only have three counterfeit cards. I would feel kind of bad for actually like buying like any of them, right? Aside from like a couple like notable ones, but those are usually like they actually go for some money, honestly, just because of how notable they are, and like their old cards and stuff. Yeah, just like the absurd like effects and rulings and stuff. Like you can't even play them, but it's silly. That's why every time I come across like one or like a bunch of them like online, like a picture, I'll just like I'll save that picture. So like the more I have, the more I can talk about. Because not like there's like a big wiki of like fake cards, you know. Like they'll show like talk about them, but I'm creating my own like library of fake cards basically. At some point, I should just make like a Janjo website and just like post like all my Yu-Gi-Oh shit on there, like my scripts, all like card assets, like all this crazy stuff, blogs, you know, or make my like scripts into blogs kind of thing, so people have them in like written form. Although I do eventually want to make a book though. I like stuff like the DM era stuff, but if I do that, I would have to like essentially rewrite all my DM era videos because those I don't think hold up particularly well personally. At least to, like my standards. I didn't feel like I got into like a groove of things until the GX era videos. Let's see, Dark Spirit of the Silent. Miss the times when you didn't notice the fakes right away. I showed off a fake earlier. A fake mysterious puppeteer I actually got from TCG Player like a year or two ago that I kind of instantly noticed, but I also have like a very trained eye with that kind of stuff. But yeah, for someone who's not like used to it, they wouldn't probably wouldn't even notice. See, the Dark Spirit Sign. Can only activate your opponent's battle phase, negate the attack of a monster. Select another opponent's favorite monsters, have it attack. The target gets defense position, change it to attack. It's kind of Dark Spirit Silence interesting, right? So your opponent needs to have two monsters on the field. It needs to work in your favor, basically. It sounds pretty bad, honestly. It sounds like way too specific to like really come in handy. Like the art is sick AF. Like if it was an art, I'd give it like a B. But it just doesn't really do anything that like helps you. Roll command, negate the activation, affects all flip effect monsters. That's pretty good. That's like a solid floodgate. I give that a B. May not be like the most played card, but like as far as like effects goes, like it's I can't see anything like inherently wrong with it. Ryoku Field. Doesn't Ryoku just translate to like force field? So isn't it just like force field? Or is it just force? Is it force field? Right? See, Ryoku Field. Yeah, force field. Negates a magic card that targets a monster and destroys it. I mean, it's not. It is like rather specific, but it's not like the most specific thing per se. Yeah, literally force field. Why didn't they just call it force field? A little silly. Maybe it was like a trademark thing. But that's Yu-Gi-Oh naming for you. Yeah, Ryoku Field. It's I'm trying to think of like the applications of it. I mean, there's like offerings to the doomed, soul exchange. It's like energy. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be like the spirit. I mean, like the card, is literally just like a dude. Oh, my Streamlabs here so I can see in real time. Yeah, it's like a little dude just like charging up his ki basically. Right? It's fucking Goku. It's just Ultra Instinct Goku before Ultra Instinct. The dragon tattoo. Um, I feel like I'm going to give it a C. Like it's not outright bad. Like it's a little specific, but it doesn't cost anything to negate it, which I think means something. I summon Goku, Tyler the Great Warrior. All right, real quick, guys. I need to go use the bathroom because I'm like really holding this in, but I just really need to go. So I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in like a couple minutes. I should probably just use this thing, honestly. I made this. I just never use it. All right, I'm back. I brought some stacks of old DBZ. I don't play that. I had the some cards, but I never actually played it. Is it the same game as like the modern one people play? So I will say the hard thing about these like tier list streams is just like pacing the stream, and this one's been a challenge, but I think I've been doing a good job. Pat myself on the back for that one. There is a channel I used to watch. They were talking about they would talk about like dead card games and like play a game of it and like see like what went wrong. I don't think they still make videos, but that was always fascinating. Okay, so it's a different one. I wonder when they like rebranded it. But yeah, I remember like the old ones. 'Cause I remember there's a guy in like my neighborhood. I know who he was, but I think he was getting rid of like a bunch of cars, and like my friend and I we got like you're like okay, we'll just take a bunch of them. Let's go find the channel. Because it's kind of hard when there's like a modern game. This might. I hope I can find the channel again. Yeah, I'd have to look into it some other day. Yo, Saint, what's up? I think my takes are bad. Why do you say that? You don't think Night We Stand is good? Produced the old one until 2007, roughly. Then they made a new one with new rules. They discontinued the new one to reboot the old one. Is that for the new one? Wait. So are there three or are there two? What? Saying they discontinued the old one, started a new one, then ended that one and brought back the old one, or like a whole new one? That's wild, though. There are two. Both got printed twice. That's not confusing at all. Like, I know people like Digimon. I think that's like a new one than like before. Because I had some of the old Digimon cards too. Those cards looked really cool. I think I've only owned like one like modern Dragon Ball card. That was when I saw Dragon Ball Broly, Dragon Ball Super Broly, and that card like it can't like they gave you a copy for like seeing in theaters, but I don't have it anymore. I've never been like interested per se in like playing Dragon Ball, but I think like trying like the old game I think would be kind of interesting just as an old card game. Jowgen's really good. Last Yeah, like we discussed him a little bit. I think the thing with Jowgen though that we end up putting him in this B tier is that he's just very specific, right? Like he needs like other things to make him work basically. And even that like it also depends on the meta. Like last turn isn't really that good of a deck. And like he's really good in spell books, but like I think after that period of time it's definitely fell off just with how power creep works. They reprinted the old Digimon cards. Wait, so like as in like they reprinted it like under the new game, or is this like I might need some more explanation for this. I need to watch Digimon. Metal Foes Jowgen. I remember Metal Foes. Was Metal Foes Jowgen a thing? I definitely remember like Metal Foes. But yeah, I need to watch Digimon because I remember like I would catch episodes on as a kid, but I never like watched it enough to really get engaged with the series. Uh, yeah, he's okay. You know what? I'll agree with you, Bobby. I'll bump him up. We have Digimon Classic Collection. Okay, I think I'll do that right now. I'm considering collecting Pokemon soon, like classic Pokemon stuff. So is the classic collection? So is it still played like the? Does it just look like the classic ones to still play like the modern game? I don't know anything about like Digimon, right? Like about how like the card game is, because I'm pretty sure like the right like the original one ended and there's like a new card game, right? Or am I wrong? Is there like a whole new? Is it the same card game from before, or is it just? 'Cause I know they like rebooted it and stuff, but is it? I guess that's what I'm asking. I mean, Digimons look cool as hell. Like I remember really liking the episodes I did like was able to catch on TV. But I was just never in the zeitgeist of Digimon. Second version, yeah, that's wait, second version as in like second card game. I think it's actually the classic card game with no connection to the new one, but definitely is a newer one. Oh my god, it's so hard to keep up. I know one card game I always kind of was interested in was like the shortly lived Kingdom Hearts card game. Classic collection. Interesting. I was like Greymon, the wolf. I may have to like look into it. Maybe if I can like whip a deck together or something. Or like I feel like I have to get two decks so I can play with people. That's rather interesting. The first version of Digimon was actually has a connection to Yu-Gi-Oh. It wasn't like Konami, was it? Or is it Bandai? So Bandai made it to hmm. Yeah, that could be an interesting video topic. Like what happened to Bandai after Yu-Gi-Oh or something. Give me excuse to talk about Digimon. Maybe I should watch Digimon once I finish my current show I'm watching. I'm currently watching The Boys. Consider Digimon carry a modified version of the Bandai. I don't even know how Digimon's played. Although it would be honestly, it would be kind of interesting if there's something to be said about Digimon being played how like Yu-Gi-Oh was intended. So yeah, they lost the rights to Yu-Gi-Oh, and actually, on the starter box video that's currently on Patreon early bird access, I do discuss the finale. Right, yeah, discuss like the finale of the Bandai game of Yu-Gi-Oh. So it's on my Patreon. The OCG killed Bandai's version hard, and Bandai lost the rights. That's what they get when they create a game with like loose rules, right? I have to look more into like the Digimon card game. It could be fun. Just like make like a deck or two and then just try it out. Duelist Kingdom rules, basically. I mean, they try to make it to like replicate Duelist Kingdom more or less, and Although the original OCG rules were much better at that. The original rules. Let's see, where's Cure Mermaid? I feel like Cure Mermaid is complete trash because you can't use in like stun decks and like Fire Princess and stuff. Maybe someday we can play Yu-Gi-Oh with the continent server continent server rule set. A little unfamiliar with that. But I'm probably gonna haircut sometime this month. My hair is getting like long for how I usually have it. Goodness. Spirit of the Breeze. As long as it remains face up on your side of the field in attack position with 0 attack. Oh, it's like Dancing Fairy, but on the other end of the spectrum. I love the art though. It's a rare. It's interesting how many like rules and stuff like all these card games can make them like unique from one another. Even like the failed ones, like all the card games that have always been released. Like that's why I if I ever make my own card game, I would like to take like all the aspects that work really well in like each card game and try and like mesh them all together. Second Digimon arc has them travel from a File Island continent server. I don't know. Yeah, no, I haven't. I need to watch Digimon. I remember watching a couple episodes of I think season one, and then I want to say some episode of season four, where the one where they like become the Digimon. They have like suits of armor and stuff. I remember that one was being fun. Force Well, great mechanics. Hmm. So many card games. Like I haven't even heard of that one. Like there's so many. I know there was like a I think it was a short-lived JoJo's Bizarre Adventure card game. Like that one, like in theory, that one sounds amazing. You want to know a major reason why we were talking about Yu-Gi-Oh? The CCG CN999 was important to know about. If you're interested in that kind of thing. Well, I mean, you got Pokemon. I mean, Pokemania exploding. And like Magic the Gathering, you gotta. I know Magic is more of like a Western thing, but you gotta dip your toes in that too. I mean, that's essentially what Yu-Gi-Oh the game in the manga Dungeons and or Magic and Wizards, like that's what it was basically. It's just a Magic ripoff. It's not like Takahashi planned for it to become like the main focus or like a big thing. It's just like, hey, it's just like another game that they played. That was like Kaibo's game. Like he really liked it. I mean, what other options did they have though aside from Magic in like the 90s? I mean, like late 90s, like you got Pokemon, like 98 or so. That obscure card game Redemption. Yeah, it's interesting about like card games and like trading card games and collectible card games hasn't been around for like that long. Like aside, like yeah, you get cards beforehand, like baseball cards and like sports cards and stuff, but not like the level like how like, we know it. Let's see here. Forgiving Maiden. Tribute it to return a monster by battle this turn to your hand. That sounds pretty bad. Let's be a battle during like your own turn. I'd rather not. Yeah, like I don't want to play like I wouldn't want to play every single card game out there, but I think like the ones that I had experience at least like seeing and collecting the cards, I think would be interesting. Which is mainly like I had a couple Dragon Ball, I had a couple Digimon, but only one I was like really like into that didn't even play was Pokemon. Jam Breeding Machine. Yeah, unfortunately, this is not Speed Duels. Although Jam does have a jank deck when Wetlands came out in 5Ds. Not like it was ever played or anything like that, but I have built a Wetlands deck with Jam Breeding Machine before. That you create like a bunch. It's like a weird beatdown deck. It's basically this card's based on MSC and Speed Duels too, which is cool. But yeah, unfortunately, it's too slow. Like the fact that it stops your normal summon, really bad. Mostly with frogs. Yeah, that sounds about right. Light of Destruction. Yeah, I really like Wetlands. I think it's a really interesting card. Like increases weak monsters by like was it 1200 attack or something like that. Like you're essentially getting like a beater every turn with this. Like it's a really fun like interesting deck with Jam Breeding Machine. Unfortunately, it is just like a rogue, casual level deck. Level 2 aqua monsters, which are usually like really weak monsters, but that fits the bill for the slime tokens. Yeah, by 1200 attack, right? Like that's crazy. Like it's amazing that hasn't been like broken by something yet, but I guess it technically doesn't really do much aside from gain attack. Skyscraper can be good though. That's the thing. Like getting like a quick 1,000 attack and like punch over most things, especially with like the heroes that usually have over 1,000 attack. Most of them anyway, aside from like Bubble Man and whatnot. Like you occasionally do see like a copy of Skyscraper in some hero decks. It's like I wouldn't like rule out Skyscraper or anything like that. Like those like big city decks. Let's see. Saint Joan is like it's a meta target, I guess, but it's are you ever gonna summon it? Dark City's bad. I'll say that, but it is liminal as hell. I kind of enjoy for that. Yeah, like Saint Joan is like a level 8 light. Like that's like its big thing is that it's a light attribute. I mean, but like sign illusions can summon like anything though. That's the thing. I don't think that's an argument in one direction or another. Xavier, what's up? The video all duelists needed. What's going on? Hey, if we're talking about Stein, it's even worse because Stein just has immediate better targets. Like when Stein comes out, of course. Yeah, having these like tier lists, I think, is like kind of fun to have for people to like go back and like watch and just figure out like, hey, what how are these cards like kind of looked at from like a general sense. Even for me, just be like, all right, how would I rank these cards? I think the question is, I put Joan in C or D is like the main question because it may, I guess, like I don't think I've ever seen it in Goat though. I don't. I'm putting D. I think of like all the possible things you could use. It's just kind of like the only reason why you ever summon it is because you would just have a very, very, very specific situation, and because your extra deck is unlimited in Goat. Well, even with like its stats, I don't know. I'll put it in seed because theoretically, I suppose it is technically any card that got a retrain before 2010. What are you talking about? Pot of Greed, Painful Choice, Graceful Charity, Raigeki, Monster Reborn, Harpy's Feather Duster, Sangan, Blacklisted Soldier, Envoy of the Beginning, Chaos Emperor Dragon, Envoy of the End. I could go on. Cyberstein? That card was emergency ban, my friend. Any card that got retrained? I mean, didn't they? I mean, yeah, Envoy's a retrain. Themoc's a retrain. Monster Reborn got a retrain, right? Monster Reborn, Reborn. Technically, Pot of Greed got retrains in all those like future pot cards, and I wouldn't say that those are bad. You could say Raigeki got retrained in Lightning Storm, or Raigeki was a Raigeki break. I don't know what technically counts as a retrain. Cold Wave, they got Cold Feet. That's like a just a worse version of that, or even like Heat Wave. If you want to go that direction, is also kind of like a worse version of Cold Wave. Giant Trunade got a sort of retrained Hey Trunade, which was a worse. Even though Hey Trunade isn't, I wouldn't say that's a bad card. I mean, I don't think it's fair to say every card that got retrained is like a superior version, just because again, um, I suppose part of it depends on what you look at as a retrain. I mean, the point of a retrain is to like either make a card better or to make a more fair version of a card. I think in those instances, then yeah. Or like in the original instance, I mean, or one or the other. You know what I mean? Like they definitely like make new cards that are just like, wait, it's just this but worse. Let's see. Scroll of Bewitchment. Select one attribute when you activate this card. Change the attribute of equip monster to the one you selected. It's interesting. Like, when would that really come up? Where it's not like biting yourself in the foot. Scroll of the Bewitchment. You waiting for Dragon Magia Master? That's really cool. I was really kind of excited when they announced like what it's like a Vision of Black Chaos Ultimate Dragon. That's kind of cool. Hope it's not expensive. Yeah, Scroll of Bewitchment is in. It's interesting. I'm trying to think of like applications that would work with it. Super Poly. Oh shit! There you go. I'm gonna put it in C because it doesn't like scream like terrible card design or like outdated or anything. It's I could see this card like at some point in time like coming back for some like really stupid strategy. Let's see. Offerings to the Doomed. That's kind of a I'm I could go like C or B with this, honestly. Like popping out just a card is great, but then like the drawback is really bad. There's also quick play, which is really good. Can I drop anything on that classic game collection they hinted a few days ago? I think they announced the games, didn't they? But I don't think they did anything other than that. Is offering C or B? Because like yeah, like popping a card with a quick play thing is good, and losing trophies is really bad, but does technically like make you lose the game per se. C, C, S. So using Sky Strikers. It's meta in speed duels, but we're not talking about speed duels here. Circumnavigate Mystic Mine. Technically prevents you from drawing out. Like it's definitely like a weird card where it's really good effect but really bad drawback. Deals with Jinzo. Yeah, like I know people people played it and stuff. You know, it's you get more options with it than Fissure because you can like specifically target a monster with it. I'm very tempted for a B. I mean, so far C's in the lead. Yeah, the draw like that's like the big thing is the draw phase issue. Like, is it worth it though? To just pop any monster? Like it does. I mean, it's got to be face up is like kind of the only caveat. I mean, quick play like you can activate during your opponent's turn. You know. I mean, either way, you're skipping your draw phase. So unless you use it during like your standby phase, but you're still waiting. It'd be like ring instruction, not for the phase drawback. It has its uses. Was it? Let me see if there's any like top decks that were like running it. It's played in a few Cosmo decks. It's like primarily like December 2015 Cosmos were running it. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in B tier. I feel like it has enough going for it where it's like it does have a drawback, but it's still like a good effect, right? Yeah, and there are some cards here that all is kind of fits that bill in some regards too. Let me ask, what's that mummy card? I believe that is Grave Robber's Retribution, a continuous trap card. During each of your opponent's during each of your standby phases, excuse me, inflict 100 points of damage to your opponent's life points for each monster cards that have been of your opponent's monster cards that have been removed from play. If it was just like monster removed from play, it'd be better. but it's your opponent, so it's very specific, and like you gotta banish a lot to deal any like thing that's like worth a hoot. Oh, tribute to the doomed. Yeah, you need 10 monsters of their monsters banished to afflict. Like you could use like soul release, but that's still only 500. Yeah, when you say mummy card, there's a few mummy cards in Yu-Gi-Oh. Yep, tribute to the doomed was a Metal Raiders card. We did rank that in our Metal Raiders stream. Very good card. Let's see, Deal of Phantom. Select a monster face up on the field. Increase its attack by 100 for each monster in your grave during this is activated. The number of monsters is applied when this card. Okay, I get it. I see what it says. Cool art though. I like the phantom in the background. That's like it's like a shadow ghoul. It's a trap version of Shadow Ghoul, which needs like way too much setup. Just like rush recklessly, even reinforcements. It's immediate 500. Yeah, like it's kind of fun like a Shadow Ghoul deck. Like maybe use it in like a grass deck. By that point, you're already running like better OTK options. Destiny board tier. Destruction Punch. I always like the Kangaroo, the Death Kangaroo art stuff. It always struck me as like visually distinct. Destruction Punch. When the attack of an attacking the attack of attacking monster is lower than the defense of the attack defense. Destroy the attacking monster. Wait, I gotta read this again. When the attack of an attacking monster on your opponent's side of the field. Okay, so you have a defense monster. If they attack and it's lower than your defense, then their monster is destroyed. I wish this was a continuous card. And there's like continuous destruction punch. Let me see this Grace video real quick. Oh, I watched this one. Yeah, like hey, I liked it. Which is it's funny because he made this because I'm actually like work on like a. Well, it was already made before this video, but it's gonna be the side deck video for this month. Actually discussing about like goat format and stuff. When the defense is higher than the attacking monster dies. It's is it good though? Like it's a one time use trap, and your opponent essentially has to be like caught off guard, right? So you probably need to have like a set monster with high defense. He's joining his dad's hot sauce. Yeah, his censored beer. I don't know if it's any good though. It just feels like there are just so many better options to play. Right? Like you could just run I don't know, Course of Sanctuary and just stall out. Like why do you need to like destroy the monster if you're already playing like a heavy defensive like stall strategy? Like I don't know, run Gravity Bind instead. Just saying. All right, let's see here. Blind Destruction. I feel like it's I was worried this is only stream is going to be an hour, but now it might be the longest tier list yet. During your standby phase, roll a 6-sided die. So all monsters level are equal to that number. If it's a 6 story, all face up level 6 or higher monsters on the field. This is chaotic. This is a chaotic card. Right? Is it good? No. But it's chaotic. It just like destroys just random levels. Essentially a bunch of high levels. I am going to give it a C. It's not necessarily good, but I think it's chaotic enough to be kind of fun for like a very stupid deck. Just to just run it just cause it wants to fuck with the person. The Emperor's Holiday. Negate the effects of all equipped magic cards. I think that's not half bad. Because it just, like, it's anti-equip hate. And on paper, that's not bad. I think it's on the same level like Royal Command. It's just like a floodgate, like a weird, like, anti-specific card. The thing with Inzectors, though, is that, like, you can still get the effects off, though, right? Like, wasn't, like, the main thing for them was, like, like, Eternal Rest and, like, really Eternal Rest for Inzectors. But, like, yeah, if there's anything that's, like, because the Inzectors have their own, like, had weird, cause they were more on, like, destruction than, like, necessarily the equips themselves. But yeah, no, like, if there's any, like, big equip deck, you can just kind of negate the cards. So, yeah, I think that's pretty solid. May not be, like, a busted card by, like, the card pool is concerned, but yeah, I dig it. Let's see. Spiritualism. Actually, no, let's do Dark Door. Eternal Rest was better. Well, I know like really Eternal Rest was like played a lot like at Worlds that year, like 2012. Because you can just kind of surprise your opponent with it. But yeah, I mean both cards. I mean they both essentially do the same thing. Let's see. Dark Door. Both players can only attack with one monster during their respective battle phases. Now that's a really annoying like stall card, isn't it? I'm gonna give that one a C. Like it's a really annoying card. But that said, I can't say it's like a terrible card because of that. It's just annoying. I see. Spiritualism. Return a magic trap card opponent's side of the field to their hand. They cannot. This card cannot be negated. I think that's pretty good. Like it's kind of like a light version of Trunade, like a single target Trunade, and it can't even be negated like or stopped. Like either they have to chain it or it's like it's gone. Like I think that's like a really unique card. A tier easily. Soft spiritual. Yes, yeah, like anything that can't be negated, like it's essentially spell speed 4. I mean, it's not a quick play, so I guess it's not technically that, but does stop Imperial Order being activated. It is very specific though. Like its use is very specific, right? I could potentially see a world where it's a B tier. I'm kind of leaning towards C tier. I really like the card, but it seems also like very specific on its use to the case where you wouldn't just want to run like MST or Dust Tornado. A deck of Omni Negates, this can. Yeah, I suppose it doesn't like. Like, how often are you run into a deck like that, though? That's like running, like a Mass Negate deck. And, like, you say you can remove a Floodgate, but yeah, like, well, so can MST and Dust. And this technically doesn't, like, destroy the card, it just stops it for a turn. Yeah, I'm not really having traditional format in mind, though. That's the thing. Yeah, but even if it's like a Mass Negate, like, yeah, you bounce back one thing, but then it's like you got the other cards to deal with, and then that card just comes back next turn. Like, it's either like anti Imperial Order, which you have to like, hit have that usage, or it's like an OTK strategy. But even that, like, you also have Giant Trunade. Uh, Now we mean Stardust. You mean Starlight Road or? Oh, you're thinking Stardust Dragon's effect. Bounce Royal Oppression. It just feels like very specific for like all the options that you have. Like, you can stop certain specific things, but also needs to be in that right position to do so, and have it be a situation where it actually benefits you in like the long game. It it just feels like I feel like it's a C card. It just feels like it's the situations that it becomes like really useful is very slim. Even though it's not a bad card, but it just feels very niche. And that feels like the kind of thing for a C tier card. I do like it though. Let's see, Cyclone Laser, it's Gradius support. 300 attack, that's weak sauce. And it does piercing. That's terrible. Absolutely garbage. Ekibio Drakmor. Yeah, 300. Yeah, that's so much. It's a lot in Pokemon standards. Imagine increase your Rattata and inflicts 300 extra damage. It's killing everything, killing a Chansey. Drakmor, monster group cannot attack, destroys it at the end of the second turn. The player monster, and it's returned to your hand. That's kind of neat. I kind of dig it. It's a little slow removal, but like it always come back to you, so you can like keep using it, which is really interesting. It's slow removal, but it's consistent, I suppose. I think it's a bit too slow to go to B, but it's definitely like C. Yeah, it's good for like stall decks and stuff. I mean, it's definitely a really cool card. I can even see where it bumps up to B, but yeah, it just feels like it's a little slow. Because it's kind of the same issue that we had with Destruction Punch a little bit. Like, not to the same degree, but it doesn't feel like the kind of strategy you would want to have, like, in a stall deck, per se. Like, comparatively to, like, other cards, like, in a stall strategy. But I definitely dig it. Like, that and Spiritualism, I think, are, like, really cool cards. Really unique. Let's see, Miracle Dig. There are 5 or more of your monsters that have been removed from play. You can return 3 of them to the graveyard. I think this is this the first time you can like bring back banished cards, I think. I mean, it's another like I see it as another C card. It's another like incredibly niche. Like you need 5 cards to have it be useful. And not just cards, monsters. 5 monsters. And they go to the graveyard too, so it's not like it'd be better if they went back to your hand. That'd be a lot better. Because then you can just, use the cards. But if they're back to the graveyard, then it's like, all right, well, now you still need another card to make use of them. Right? So it's asking for another step that the card does not provide. Let's see. But I do like everyone's positivity for these cards though. I mean, they're definitely like interesting cards. I mean, I don't know the last time anyone has ever looked at LON cards so deeply and thoroughly. Like Dragonic Attack. Can equip to a warrior monster and it treats it as a dragon type and increased by 500 points. It's interesting because you can, but being a warrior turned to a dragon doesn't really do much. Plus a 500 attack. But it just seems kind of bad. It just seems like just run it better like any other equip card. Right? Like it is another one of those LON cards where like it's not trash, but it's by all intents and purposes it's bad. Which is what I'm saying about this like D tier kind of being like it's less D and more weird. Dragon Trap there owns a lot of warrior cards. Um in some regards, Buster Blader. Because you got like you got Buster Blader and like Dark Paladin, and later you'll get like Buster Dragon and like the Dragon Whelps and stuff. I guess like in that regard. But again, it just seems like a card that you only play just because it's like, hey, look what I can do. Like it's definitely like a really kind of neat sounding thing. Yeah, I suppose like Aya Timaeus, yeah, or Claw of Heramos. Three wheelers, Zekis, Dragons, and Warriors. Like it'd be interesting if like there's stuff that was more like the set had stuff that revolved a little more around it. That'd be interesting. Jam Defender, I know that's a D tier. Let's see, Spirit Elimination. When monsters in the grave are removed from play, banish your side of the field as substitutes. Remains active until the end of the turn. That seems really bad. I get what they're going for, where it's like, hey, you could banish these instead, but it's like, then you're just losing monsters on the field. It's also like, it's not even a quick play either. Like, I feel like you'd want it to be a quick play so you can use it, like, against, like, a Kaiku, but you can't do that. Yeah, you rather just have the monsters in grave be banished. Just like, take that L and move on with your life type of deal. Vengeful Bog Spirit, summoning sickness, which I guess isn't like innately bad. It's like a stall card. It's kind of like a floodgate. It's like a gravity bind kind of thing. I think is interesting. Yeah, yeah, he used that in the anime specifically against Mai. I believe that was not in the manga. By the way, since I'm at the end of the book, check out this beautiful secret rare magic cylinder. Kind of cool. Like it seems like a card that could like fit under B, right? Because it's just like a floodgatey kind of thing. Like it's a weird instance of a card that generically like it's by like the nature of it, like it's a good design. I mean, it's just being like as floodgates go, but it technically doesn't really like do much. Good in a tune deck. I mean, I guess it doesn't hurt tunes at all. Like, part of me wants to put it in B just because under the same basis as like the Emperor's Holiday and Royal Command. Where it's a little similar in that regard. Right. Or is that just like giving too much credit to the card? See, infinite cards. Infinite cards are just bad, right? Even like with like Slifer, like I feel like you're never going to that point where it really becomes like of any use at all. It's like way too specific for its own good. Like there's definitely games where I have to like occasionally have to discard a card, but it's never to like the point where I'm like, oh man, aside from like memeing, is like I never had a wish I was running infinite cards to like mitigate that. And sometimes it even helps you to discard a card too. It just like feels like a card like even when you're in the situation, you don't prefer to play it. You know what I mean? Because it just wouldn't come up often enough. See, Lightning Blade, it's a warrior monster, gives 800 attack, and increases water by 500. I mean, as far as equips go, it's strong for like especially like in a warrior deck. I'm gonna give that a C. Yeah, I mean sometimes you can't like set cards and I get it, but yeah, it's lore accurate. And it's good against water decks, and it's good with warrior. Like 800 is at least stronger than like the 700s from Magic Ruler. Especially if you use it with like Mataza the Zapper, Strong. Return of the Doomed. Discard a monster. Return a monster sent result of battle back to your grave from your hand. That sounds bad. Like you're losing a card to get another card that was like destroyed by battle during your own turn. What is with like some of these like it's like the third card from this set that deals with battle destruction during your own turn. That isn't a quick play. Like Any card that does that, it should be a quick play, like defaultly quick play. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, man. Tornado Wall is pretty janky. I kind of dig it. Prevents like it's really annoying. Yeah, it's really bad monster reincarnation. It's kind of crazy to think it took so long to get reincarnation because like it's a really great generic card. Wish we got it sooner, personally. Tornado Wall, yeah, it's like it only deals with Umi, but like, and it's like it becomes tied to Umi too. But then like any battle damage is like 0, which is like boom. A tier. I don't think A tier, but definitely interesting. Terraforming at 3 Tornado Wall is kind of decent. Yeah, like it's not a bad card or anything. I'm still between B and C. That's the thing. Yeah, we have to wait another set for Legendary Ocean. I'll give it a B. I think it's like annoyance level is like high enough. Also, Fairy Box, I'm gonna give a B because it's like blind destruction like level of chaotic, but like ramped up. And I'm a big fan of water decks. It's one of my favorite decks. Combos very well with Legendary Fisherman since it can makes the opponent attack directly. Wait, which card prevents attacking directly? Legendary Fisherman? Let's see. Vengeful Bog Spirit. Well, let's discuss. Oh, I can't be Harvard. That's right. I was thinking like it's spell thing. Amphibian Beast as for like a water deck, with like Umi or Legendary Ocean, it does bump up to 2600, which isn't bad. Like if you want that one tribute thing, 'cause this is before Terror King Salmon. Father Fisherman becomes married to the sea. Absolutely. Amphibian Beast is all right. I don't think he's B tier, but I think he's definitely like one of the few tribute monsters, if the only tribute monster to be not in D tier. Is he the only tribute monster not to be in D tier? I think so. I guess Marie, technically. So that leaves us with the Vengeful Bog Spirits. This is a weird one. This feels like a card like that. Its design is throwing me off. I think that's what it is. That's weird about it. Merrick's anime card. I'm liking this list so far. Like it feels like fairly balanced, which I like. Two spirits chilling. I feel like this and Pharaoh Servant were like pretty balanced in like the ratios. But though this is like the first set where I'm like, this could use an F tier. So Vengeful Bog Spirit, are we thinking like B or C? What's everyone feeling? Does it go to B because it has like a very generic like stall tool kind of thing. Or is go to C because it's like it stops things for a turn, but doesn't like really deal with the issue at hand. Like a gravity bind just like purely stops everything, right? Or level 4 or higher. It just slow things down instead of like outright stopping it. I don't. I mean, I think I might have seen like in one deck in Goat format. I think the Dark Door's better. That's fair. That is a good point, Bobby. That is a very good point. I'm gonna agree with you on that. It feels like it's on the same page as Dark Door. Where I can't confidently say it's better than Dark Door because Dark Door like explicitly limits the attack every turn, regardless. I mean, you can definitely play in tunes, but that doesn't mean tunes are good either. So this is the current list. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this so I have a picture of it or whatever. We're not done yet, so hold your horses. Yeah, I mean summoning is better because you can do like way more combos and stuff with that. So okay, so I'm just for this one, just because I'm just curious. For this, I'm going to create an F tier. Okay. And we're gonna just like dump a bunch of these blokes down here that are like outright garbage. I mean, it has to be with Masterpiece, but that doesn't mean it's any good either. And that's a long time before Descartes comes out. Yeah. I might need some help with this though. Just remind me of what cards should be in F tier, by the way. Because I know I want to keep Mantis up here. I know I want to keep Dancing Fairy up here. Infinite Cards can stay in D. Okay, I'll keep it in D. That's fair. I feel like Ghost can stay there because I think his stats are like fine enough for like a Fiend deck. Headless Knight is kind of like the worst version of that. Shining Abyss. Unfriendly Amazon. Tornado Bird. Crimson Century. I have to refer to my Dragonic Attack and bring down here. I mean, it's just like, I don't know, Unfriendly Amazon. maiden can go down here. Let me read on Friendly Amazon real quick again. I mean, it's essentially Panther Warrior, right? Except instead of tributing to attack, you tribute to keep it on the field. Um, sure. Yeah, it's just worse Panther, but we don't have Panther Warrior yet anyway. Is Shining Abyss like that terrible? Like a light monster 1600 and 1800? Like, is Shining Abyss that terrible? Massive Weakness is really bad. It's just rush recklessly, but worse. I think Dispel's like also like really bad too. Some C's? I don't know. I feel like I'm fine with like the C's. I think the main thing was like all the ones that were like just be put in D was like a little mixed. If I recall, Dark Spirit's really bad. Earl of Demise. See, my only thing with Earl of Demise is that for like a fiend deck, he is like one of like the few strong fiends you have for like Necrofear and stuff, you know. I don't know, like Dark Spirit of the Silent. It's like it can only be used during the battle phase, and that's like your opponent needs two monsters. You need to attack with like the right one, and it needs to be against like a very specific monster. Like, yeah, it's way too. It's asking for like way too many specific things. I mean, yeah, but like that was kind of the idea, right? And this isn't like the final list. Like we already finished the final list, but I think this is just let's just see for the sake of seeing. Jam Defender's really bad. Great Thursday vibes. Yeah, this is going on. Like this might be my longest stream. Which is funny because I thought it'd be the shortest one. What am I looking for? Fucking grave robber thing. Oh, that's really bad. Like, I feel like there's any card like I can look at and be like, that's terrible. Like, honestly, destruction. I feel like this is what I would go with. I think I do. Well, that's the fun of it, though. I mean, sometimes I'm just like, there's like not much conversation going on, so I'm just like, all right, bam, bam, bam. But I gotta reel myself back, and then when I finally get to talk about stuff, you know, that's where the a good fun comes from, and just happens to work out, I suppose. This is probably what I would lean towards. I mean, it could potentially put like Breeding Machine down in F, but I do kind of have a soft spot for like the wetlands deck, even though like it's so fucking obscure. It just sucks that you can't like summon at all. And they special summon an attack position. Okay, I'm gonna move that down. I think I'm coping. But you can't even do it with like plasma because plasma you can't even summon plasma, right? Because you'd have to destroy Giant Bream Machine during your opponent's turn. Or I guess you can destroy it, the card, like or either because as long as the card remains face up on the field. But still, yep. You cannot summon, including flip summon and special summon, any other monsters. So you would have to destroy Jamboree Machine before you can summon Plasma, in theory. So there you go. Which is dumb. Yeah, if it was special summon, that'd be like a whole other thing, I think. Like it's kind of cool in speed duels. There's a skill that lets you pop a Bream Machine, to destroy a back row. It's like I don't know if you're running Plasma, I mean you're probably running Scapegoat anyway. So at least with cards like this, at least like Dancing Fairy is like I feel like 17 attack is like the threshold. These cards are here for like defense, basically high defense. Although, although I suppose with my logic, Gross Ghost of Fled Dreams has the same defense as Shining Abyss, and Shining Abyss is just like a light version that's better. So I guess with my own logic, I have to move Shining Abyss up. Now that I'm thinking about that more thoroughly. As in terms of like monsters that have like roughly competent stats. You know what I mean? Tell me when I'm telling lies. But this feels like a solid like D to F tier. Like if we chopped off that D tier to like these are really bad cards, like comparison to like anything above it, right? But it's not like as bad, like and unplayable as like these cards are, I think. Oh, we're gonna hit 4 hours. Can you believe that? I think that is my longest Yu-Gi-Oh stream I've done. Maybe there might have been an Eternal Dual Soul. I'm not entirely sure. It's an interesting set. Labyrinth of Nightmare is. I'll save this one just to have it too. I'll have the LONF. F's in chat for LON. Even with Destiny Borg is his own tier. Like it's definitely a set that like has very few really impactful cards, but it does have its fair share of cards that's like it's okay. Any other Aqua support? Um, I mean, you got Humanoid Slime, Revival Jam, technically Tornado Wall. I think Cure Mermaid. I mean, it's not. I guess it's not Aqua support. So I wouldn't say there's Aqua support, but there's like Aqua and Water cards in general. You do got some, technically speaking. Like probably the biggest one for the Water deck would be like Aqua Spirit. and then like Revival Jam. Which Amphibious Beast is like pretty solid in terms of like the field spell. It's being like a big beater. One tribute. The 1600, like that's gonna beat over Jinzo and Summon Skull. And even with like Empress Mantis here, it's called Empress Mantis, right? Where if you're running like an insect deck, it's at least like a competent boss monster as far as that goes. No, it's terrible. So forever, yeah, it gets Destiny board tier. So actually, earlier we had a version that was just like one D tier. All this was in D tier. But I decided to make two different versions where we split up D into a brand new F tier. Just because it felt like the really like unplayable cards definitely had a split between like unplayably whatever and unplayably bad. Yeah, when we get like Legendary Ocean, the next set helps out a lot, but that's the next set. But even so, like Legendary Ocean, like it only helps out the cards, like Tornado Wall and Amphibian Beast and Jam and whatever. Oh, I'm a bit tired. I'm usually in bed by now. My grandpa at heart. I think it's a fair list, all things considered. At least I try to be. I'm sure things can be like adjusted, but that things can be adjusted till the end of time too. So yeah. All right, I think I'm gonna call it a stream there. Just a reminder, so there's gonna be no videos this Sunday, but the following Sunday will be Yu-Gi-Oh! OCG, in which you can actually watch it right now on my Patreon for as little as $2, which is like a monthly thing. So you get like the other videos this month early too. This one's like extra early, and it's an OCG video, so like you should check it out. And then the following week will be the side deck video, which will be like GOAT format themed, GOAT format topic. And then Sunday, the 25th, oh no, the 18th. 18th will be Yu-Gi-Oh! CG, and then 25th will be the side deck video. So, you get two things pretty early. So, gotta push that out there. But yeah, thank you all for joining the stream. It was a long one, but it was a fun one. Well, hope you all have a wonderful rest of your night. And until I see y'all next time, have a good one.